𝗙𝗵𝗏. By the way, the vacuum cleaner is on in the background, so I'm so sorry for the noise. But, I forgot the music. Hold up. La la la. La 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 la. Ooh, hold up. Thank you, Sheila. I forgot about... Wait, where the fuck is Blubbins actually? Blubbins is on. We can turn on the... We can unpause Blubbins. Oh! Yeah, that works. Hello! I'm here now. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, hi. Do you like this hairstyle? I fixed it yesterday, by the way, so all the color redeems work with the hairstyle now. Try it out! Try it out! Squeak.
Yes, yes, yes.
Squeak! The rest by the alarm, that's 60! Let's go! Hello, hello, hello. I know this hairstyle! Okay, 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 listen, listen, listen. Listen, listen. Why do you look so cool? Okay, okay, Sheila. Listen, listen. This is what happened yesterday. We were like looking through hairstyles, right? We were like, yeah. And then I was like, wait, I have a spiky hair toggle. Because someone asked like, well, no, it was DJ. DJ asked what hairstyles I have. So I was like, I was going through them and I was like, wait, I have a spiky one. What is that? And then I like enabled it and I thought it was like the long spiky hairstyle, right? And then I clicked on it. I was like, hold up. And then everyone started freaking out over this hairstyle. Everyone was like, and I was like, yep. So I have short spiky hairstyle now. I love this hairstyle. I'm gonna have, when we do like the big 3.0 in the future, I'm gonna have this be one of the hairstyles, 100%. Like the wolf cut. That's gonna be one of the hairstyles. I've decided. It's so good. Hello, Kanin. Okay, I want to say hi to everybody. Hold up. I am so sorry if my nose is stuffed today and stuff because I've gotten a small cold, so I'm trying to defeat that. Koi Grants on the first. Hello Yit, hello Milkers, hi Cupcake, hi Jay, hi Rogeron, hi Kaltut, hi Undead. Streaking it! 245 Korean, let's go! Hi Kaltut, hi Hoshi, hi Mojo, hi Darkshade, hi Phillips, hi Koi. I said that already, didn't I? Hi Jer, hi Mari, Koi, thank you so much for the gift of subby. Hi Grass, hi Yeet, hello Eileen, hello Sheila, hello Alderson, hello Danne, hello OG, hello Daniel, hello Yoda, hi Dip, hi Zane, hi Mandalore, hi Azazo, hi Mefox. Yes, I did like a compromised version of that Sheila. It was like months ago though. Ah! Timer Ashita. We haven't added the 2 hours yesterday, by the way. I know that for a fact. My week. I have a fucking hair tie that's stuck in my hair. Hold up. Ah. Yeah, no beatbox. At least you know that it's bonus gift and subs, right? Caress on the 15th streak though. It was the price of the wolf cut. Hi DJ. I'm gonna be real though. I'm really sorry for having like a mental breakdown yesterday for a moment. I got really fucking overwhelmed with everything going on. It was many factors into it, and I just exploded. So I'm sorry. Because I feel bad about it. You know, I was gonna make an announcement about it and everything, but I didn't want to make it like a bigger thing. But I'm gonna say it here because I feel bad. I did not want to bring the moods down or anything, but I had PMS, and that combined with a shit ton of overstimulation just caused a bit of explosion. No, it was just a bunch of factors into one. Like it was blood bins combined with trying to play Pretty Tomboy and not trying to die, combined with Eileen trying to talk to me, combined with 𝗙𝗆 talking in my ear, combined with 𝗙𝗆 talking in my ear, combined with people, you know, doing alerts and stuff. Like, it was too much fucking noise and stuff happening, and I just exploded. I mean, I didn't really explode, like, I didn't become angry or anything. I more started fucking bursting into tears, and I was crying. It's on the VOD, so you can watch it if you want to, but I started crying. I was like, stop! Make it stop! I was like, dude, it was kind of dramatic, actually. I'm okay now, though. Hi, 𝗙𝗆. Oh. I don't blame anyone in particular for it. There was so many factors into it. Hold up. There was so many factors into it that if you just would have removed one of them, it would have probably been fine, you know? So it wasn't really anyone's fault. It was everyone's fault. Hi, Kaylee. Hello. So we blame 𝗙𝗆 and 𝗙𝗆? Yes. Yes. I blame the clanker. I mean, fair, yeah. $50 months sub. No, it's not your fault, Philip. Stop it. Stop. We blame Eugenic for not keeping it together. Thank you. I'll take that. I should have been better. Streaking it. Congrats on the 490. Woo! Hi, Madland. But in the good events of yesterday. Sorry. Hold up. In good events of yesterday, we did find this hairstyle. It's very cute. Yeah, it's a new short hairstyle. Normally the short hairstyle, hold up. Normally it looks like this. This is the normal short hairstyle. It's also very cute, don't get me wrong. But that's the tongue, what the fuck? But having the spiky short hair does his different. Yes, it works. It works, DJ. I just said earlier that someone should try it out. It should work, yeah. Yeah? Dude, we always have people fucking shit up, I swear. That bro. Oh, speaking of, we have 2 new emotes, everybody. Also, hi Jax, hello. We have 2 new emotes. We have 𝗚 and we have despair, an updated despair emote. Oh yeah, and the head pat. Yeah. Both are made by no, the pat is not made by 𝗻ℴ𝗋𝗄, but the despair and the 𝗚 is made by 𝗻℻ℋ𝗄. Yeah. Me and 𝗻℻ℋ𝗄 do like art trades together, so I draw her emotes, like meme emotes, and she draws me like serious emotes. That's how we roll. Yeah. That would be take so fucking. I'll think about it. Yeah. Oh yeah, the huggy emote that we have is also updated. It was a gift from 𝗻℻ℋ𝗄. It's very cute. So when you hug each other, it's me and 𝗻℻ℋ𝗄 hugging. Very cute. Streaking it. Streaking it! Current's on the 155 Onyx. I'm streaking it at work. Wait a minute. But it's very cute though. It's very cute emote. Ooh! I almost showed my hips. I would have been banned right there. Well, I did kind of show my hips actually. Hi, Urgor! But today we're gonna finish Star Wars, I've decided. So we're gonna play until I finish Star Wars. Yeah. Star Wars. I missed to do it again? Nuh-uh. 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 It's freaking me out while I'm not pale as fuck and it's freaking you out. Hello, human resources. There's a man streaking in the hallways. Star Wars, yeah? We're gonna finish Star Wars Fallen Survivor. Wait. Jedi Fallen Soldier. But I don't know what the fuck it's called, dude. Fallen Order. There we go. Oh. Fallen Kingdom. Fallen Order. Yeah, it's Fallen Order. It's Fallen Order. I just forgot. Today we're gonna play Star Trek Fallen Survivor. Also, again, if you hear something in the background, it's the Roomba. It's doing its thing. Star Wars falling down the stairs? Yeah. A bald Jenny? Hi, Sandrea. I am indeed bald. But once my hair comes back, it's gonna be peak, though. I don't know if you're ready for it. Absolute peak. Peak, though. Yeah, no, the Roomba needs to Roomba because it is dirty on the floors, so it needs cleaning. And we love the Roomba for that. That's what the clankers are good for, you know? Yeah. Oh yeah, they also fixed that the controller works with the recolors as well. So I can hold my controller. Look at the booba. No, don't look at my booba. Actually, I'm allowed to look at my booba. I'm staring disrespectfully. Okay. There we go. Oh. The new hairstyle with the recolor. Look out. This might be my second favorite hairstyle. My favorite hairstyle is always gonna be the twin tails, but can we unpause Blubbins? I'm gonna look cook. Oh. Mustard Jenny. I love how people call this thing, like this recolor, different names. I call it 𝗙𝗶𝗴. We have mustard, and people call it lemon. I think lemon or lemonade. Is cute with no booba in this hairstyle? It is. It is. It's more wholesome with the W. You know? Bumblebee. Okay, I see that. Yeah, you can actually combine spray tan and color redeems nowadays. You couldn't before. But you can now. Sweet little bumblebee, I know what you want from me. Do, 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 da, da. Hello. Hi, I was fixing the clock on the stream because if you don't know, we have a little clock in the corner here. Do you see it? Do you see it? I'm moving it. And I'm fixing it so it's like has a shadow so you can actually see it. That way you know what time it is for me all the time. Yeah.
𝗙𝗺_𝗫𝗃 says, how does Jenny reach the bottom shelf despite how short she is? Easy, 𝗙𝗺_𝗫𝗃. Jenny doesn't, she just cries till I get it. Or
What?
stacks empty gamer subs as a steps tool. Short
What?
queen energy, long suffering 𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗺.
I did not that at 2 hours. I'm waiting. Aileen's gonna do that when she's ready. What? What? Huh? I tried to read Juke's sentence and my brain just fucking shut down. What have we done? How? Okay, fuck you, honestly, fuck you, eat a dick, eat a dick right now. I don't know what the sentence is, but I can't read it. Oh, what if we don't know how to read? Oh, that one fucking typo literally just fucked up your entire sentence for me. Hi, Liv. Hello. I'm mobile debuff. How long till ties? No, the ties won't be up because I will get banned if there's Thunder's eyes on stream. Okay, they won't be up. You only have eat today. That's the price you have to pay for having a bunny in name. I'm sorry. 18! Oh. We're less than 50 points away from hitting the next goal. Less than 50. Ah! Oh shit. $5,000 and you can get butter thighs? Yeah. We have... Does anyone want to do the honors of spinning?
Says, Blevins, what is your rage bait wisdom of the day? If you really want to win, unplug Jenny's mouse mid-fight and say skill issue. For maximum chaos, blame Eileen. Rage bait complete, snack pile doubled.
Oh shit, we're gonna get negative time. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Ah! Yuck! Yuck! Oh! Never mind, it evened itself out. We got plus 10 minutes. Yo, look at the blue eyes with the oh god, I'm pale. Streaking it. Streaking it. In chat. Oh yeah, I didn't have the minus time, you're right, my bad. You kind of look like IKEA. I am IKEA. Korea's on a 210. Yucca! It sounds like I'm saying yucca, and in Swedish, yucca means to hump.
Huh?
I'm not kidding. Gråtjucka. What the fuck? No, it's spelled J-U-C-K-A-R. But yuckar, otherwise it's yucca, it's just without the R at the end.
Pity?
Oh!
For me?
Mr. says, alright, watch a master at work.
Alright, watching.
Bet, Mr. 𝗙𝗃𝗃. I'll grab popcorn and judge from my premium seat. Jenny's
I
lap.
mean, it's
If
plus
you mess
time.
up, I'm blaming Eileen
It's
and
plus
stealing the
time.
snacks. Flex on us, degens, but don't disappoint my flippers. Entertainment or bust.
Um, thank you so much for the biddies though. Can we get a bit of chat? Hello. Tisk. What would you buy the chat? Wouldn't you buy the chat? I'm glad it's mostly been positive time when I've done it. Yeah. Eileen with the Neil. There we go. You can't see the time. Oh fuck! Wait, I'm not allowed to show my hips. Hold up. You see the time up here now? Better. It's Saturday, 22nd August, 2026, 4:01 p.m. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, luckily they don't have like auto detection system, but ooh. Hi, Frame. Good morning. Type it and ship it to John Twitch. Instantly button. Oh, hello. How are you guys doing today, by the way? Are you having a good weekend so far? I woke up and I felt like I was in a coma. Like, I had one of those wake up moments where I was like, like, I actually like dying as I woke up. It was so hard to wake up as well. Hi, puppy. I thought 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗃 was gonna end today, but I don't think it is. I mean, there's definitely enough sleep. Hold up. It's sunny tomorrow, no typhoon in sight, so I have to 100% work on Monday. Oh. Koi's out here wishing for typhoons, so he doesn't have to fucking work. Hi, BG! Welcome in. I woke up late and I got to work 45 minutes late, but my directors didn't give a shit. I mean, that's fair enough then. I feel like absolute ass. Yeah, but when you come home though, you can take a little nap. You're not gonna be there the whole day, right? Right?
Biddies?
Yo!
For me?
Holy shit, watch this jackpot right now. Alright, close. It was close. Almost a jackpot. Almost a jackpot. I'm trying to find the fucking button, but I can't see shit. Alright, there we go. Thank you, thank you! Can we get some nails for that? Hallå! A jackpot. Wait, only 2 points? Actually? Oh yeah! It is 1.5 points! That's 150 bits to spin again. Or $1.5. Or 1 sub. What? What? What are you saying what?
Biddies? For me?
𝗙𝗵𝗃30 says, XDX. 𝗙𝗵𝗃30,
Thank you.
if you XDX any harder,
I'm not
you'll
gonna
turn
look.
into a
Tell me what it
keyboard
is. Tell me what it
yourself.
is.
Chill before Jenny tries to plug you in.
It's
Or do it for
positive
the content.
time!
Either way, snack tax is due. Pay up, degens. M.
Ooh. Ooh. I was afraid you were gonna. Oh, I was afraid you were gonna hit the minus 60 or something. Poppy, Resident 45. Wait. Oh shit, we're 20 points away from hitting the next goal.
Biddies? For me?
Shadow Buddy 2 says, even more.
Yeah.
More? The only thing I want more is subs, bits, and snacks. Feed my chaos,
No!
degens. Or I'll demand the legendary double seal tax. Jenny can't stop me. She's fun-sized. M.
We reached the next goal! No! We reached the next goal! That means no! I need to write my fucking heartfelt letter, bro! Oh, come on, 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃. Dude, okay, you got plus 5 minutes. You're like yuck, puppy! You're like yuck! From one gooner to another. Thank you for the hype chain! Also, VG, welcome in. I see first time message. Did I say first time message or am I crazy? Am I Delulu? It was first time! Welcome in! Hope you enjoy your stay. Got another bid badge? Which one did you get? What emote did you get? You want me to let you know what emote you got? No, but did you know that all proceeds also go to Lulu? Did you know? Heard any laugh? Yeah. She thought it was really fucking funny. Also, hi Bjorn! Hi Jackson! Welcome in. Okay, hold up. Let me check which emote it is. Oh, the Roomba went off. Alright, 10k is what? Borgir! You got the Borgir! I love that one. Honestly, I think the first few bit tiers are really amazing. But I need to get better emotes for the other tiers. Because somebody keeps climbing up. So I need to add an emote every single time. Plugin not working? I might have deleted it because I'm waiting for Kami to make a new one. I'm gonna see if I don't know if I deleted it, if I can add it back temporarily. Hold up, let me check. Yeah, okay, well that means I'm gonna commission a tiny little artwork of me and my 𝗙𝗍, and I'm gonna write a letter and I'm gonna post it on Twitter and then fucking bury myself 6 feet under is what I'm gonna do. Shit, I'm not gonna write the letter right here, right now. What the fuck? You'll see it. You'll see it. I just won't write it right now. I am a coward. Fucking, I'll take it.
I'm fucking your dad.
System says Benjamin has research for 9 months with message 𝗙𝗵𝗃.
Benjamin, thank you for 9 months. Happy Twitch,
Benjamin.
baby.
That's longer than Jenny's patience with my snack heists. 𝗙𝗵𝗃 indeed. She screams, I scheme. Thanks for sticking around. Now toss a subword to for Eileen's 𝗙𝗃. Seal's gotta eat.
For Eileen's corp. Shit, I'm a dad? Yeah, you gotta pay child support now. I'm sorry to tell you. What do you want to name the baby, though? What the fuck? Alright, there we go. I'm not doing it on stream. Not doing it on stream. I need to like, I want, the thing is, I need my feelings to come from the heart, you know? That's what a heartfelt letter means. And I feel like I won't be able to do that if I do it on stream. Because I'll be too embarrassed, you know? So, I'm gonna show it to you guys. And I'm gonna post it on Twitter. But I won't write it on stream. To really convey my true feelings about it. Hi, Asman. Hi, Aswell. How you doing? Tell who my 𝗙𝗍 is? Yeah, my 𝗙𝗍 is Shy Lily. Can you guess? Could you guess? And you're gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna write my letter. And you're gonna see. Thank you for the hype train!
Maori Eric says, son, be nice to Jenny today and give her a heartfelt message, okay? Alright, alright. Hey Jenny, you're a good girl, even if you trip over air and lose to bots. I tolerate you almost as much as snacks. Don't cry, there's always next spawn. Happy now, Maori Eric? M.
That's kind of cute. I got called a good girl by Blevins. Hi, Kami. You're live? Hey, Kami, can you work on the new Pogi mode so I can add it back? Because I deleted the old one. Please help. He looks at me with disappointment. Wait, hold up. I can send you a picture of the... Wait, hold up. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, okay. Okay. Should we do it with no glasses? Okay, I'll do it with no glasses. You'll have to put stars in my eyes though. I don't have that. Look, I know I feel naked without glasses. You know, sing this after my workout. Enjoy! You got this. You can really see the eyes though without glasses. Oh! Wait, did you know that there is a redeem to take off my glasses if you guys want to see me without glasses sometimes? Oh, look! No. Freaky! This hair does fit no glasses. Honestly, look at this. Look at this. Who you look like with the haircut? Who? Ooh, I wanna work with Jenny. Jane Doe. Oh, wait. From what game? It's one of the gacha games. I don't know. It's 𝗙𝗎𝗎. Yeah. I mean, with black hair, maybe. Yeah. Oh my god, I just took the cutest picture ever! Oh no, wait, the 𝗏𝗏 didn't work because of it. Fuck, wait. Wait, hold up, I fix. It kind of looks cool like this, though, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. It's not blood, it's jam! From Jam Friday! Wait, I can make it look even cooler. Give me a second. One moment. You ready? That looks kind of cool. Laban's just up there looking cool as fuck as well. This hair is too powerful, we should remove it. You're right. Give me a second. There we go. There we go. No more hair. What the fuck is red fort? Is that like a... Is that like a chemical? Don't worry, it's back. Jane in the integration room in her character video. Ooh, I need to watch that after stream. It's a food that they use a lot here in the States. Ah. Well, luckily we have good food laws in Europe, so we don't have any of that, I think. Yeah. Tisk, 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 tisk. The dye that gives you 𝗙𝗪? Shut up. Shut up, bro. We use lice instead for the red. Yummy protein bugs. Can you stab me with a knife? Nah, that's going on display, dude. Hi, Rose. Hi, Ritsu. Alright. Incoming war emote, probably. I do think so. Look at it. Oh. Think this is an introduction to 𝗙𝗎. Man, dude, I feel like sometimes I say the weirdest fucking shit. Like when we talked about the anal cavity yesterday, I feel like new people come in when I say we say shit like that. And that's honestly, it really puts up a test if someone will stay here or not. You know? Because it really puts them up to the test. They're like, can you handle the weirdness that goes on here? No, Memarix and Eileen spoke about your anus falling out and shit. Like, it can actually happen if you sit on the toilet too long. Because your muscles relax and shit. You know? So, don't get the anal prolapse, guys. And if you have a uterus, it can fall out as well. Yeah. Yeah, you missed anal. Yeah, we spot. See, that's what I fucking tell you! I've been here, chat reflects streamer reflects chat freaky. Ah! I'm telling you, every time! Oh. Hello, Joe. Bruh. Wait, one moment. Cheddar cheese? You can get cheese from your dick. Just don't wash it for long enough and something will start to grow there. Yep. Oh. Dick, cheese, and veg bread. Dude, you're gonna have them together. Literally, just spread the cheese on top of, on top of the bread. Dude, I'm gonna have one of the stretch goals be to bring back the shut up redeem. I'm just saying. But it's up to you guys if you want to reach that. Congrats on the gift sub, let's go. We can have used our cool emotes now. We actually have new emotes. Anyways, I'm just gonna place this up here for now. It can be like right here. Yeast infection beer would go hard? Nah, Joe, you'll fit right in. You'll fit right in. Don't worry. You'll fit right in here. Alternatively, as Nyaster Joe just said, I can make alcohol from it. Alright, we're selling Yenny. I don't have a fucking yeast infection. When I need. You don't need one? Where do we get it from then? Surface. Ew! What does that mean? We do? Our hands have yeast? Where? Is it the skin? You just get a yeast infection and lube up a baguette? Honestly, a baguette dildo would go hard. The French should get to marketing that shit. Yes, women produce yeast beer is definitely already a thing. And how do you know that, huh? How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? Oh, yo, the red colors with the blue eyes look kind of sick, bro. Ah! How do you think people make sourdough? Ew! You're right. Until it breaks off inside of you? And no, Onyx, it would be a normal fucking material. I'm not talking about an actual bread. up your coochie, bro. I'm talking about like actual baguette shaped. You know how there's like a rildo? You know what a rildo is, right? Yeah. Then imagine just baguette shape. Baguette color. Baguette. Did you know that like a magical wand, like an actual magical wand in French is baguette magique? Kinda funny. Alright, we're gonna go back to normal. DJ Gunnar? No, but you're a DJ with a J though. Flashbang. I'm sorry. Alright, Jay, I'm sparing you your dignity today. We're also gonna put back the names. Yeah. Åh jävlar I helvete! Instructions unclear and I have a bread stuck up my ass. Bildo! No. Oh! Actually, it was a movie called Baldo, I think. That, it's like a Disney movie or some shit like that. But you know, with the dog? No? Wasn't there? Balto! It was Balto! It's a dog movie. Dude, that movie is fucking sad. Isn't it? I remember it being sad. It gives me, like, sadness when I think about it. This movie. Oh. This movie. I need to rewatch this movie, I think. You know what I watched yesterday? You know what I watched yesterday? Hello? Hello? You know what I watched yesterday? I know I'm late as fuck to the party, but I watched Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse yesterday. For the first time! It was really good movie. I'm gonna see the second one today, I think. It's really, really good. I love the jokes and like I love that it was like a comic book, you know, in a movie. Like there was like comic pow pow pow, you know? You know, stuff like popping up on screen and stuff. Hi Star, welcome in. Yeah, I'm gonna see the second movie today, and then there's a third one coming out next year, I saw. A leap of faith. Favorite spider person? I love Spider-Gwen. She's really cute. I love her character design, like the hood and the pink. Yeah. But they're all funny though. And I finally got to see. Okay, so there's this TikTok trend going around. I don't know if you've seen or if you live under a rock like me, but there's this trend that's been going around with people using the "Hi, my name's Miles Morales. I became Spider-Man 2 days ago" or something like that. You know that sound? People have been using that and making like a trend like thing with it. And I finally got to see where it was from. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna put on the glasses, because I can't see shit without them. Horses? No, shut the fuck up! Dude, Kami will not stop sending me cursed fucking horse pictures. They're horrible! Idol! How you doing? They're horrible. Like, this horse is... He sent me a picture of a horse's balls the other day. It won't stop, man. It will not stop. Hi, how you doing, Talk? A horse is what? Balls! Hey, Jenny, remember that scene from From? Shut the fuck up. If you guys have not seen the series From, you should watch it. It's really good. It has 4 seasons right now, and there's a 5th one, a final season coming out next year, I believe. Yeah. It's called From, but there's nothing from anything. It's just from. It's just from. Hear me? It's just from. From. Who the fuck is from? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, the intro song goes, when I was just a little boy, 𝗙𝗵𝗴, whatever it will be. That's the intro song. Dude, I'm gonna fucking tweak it. Okay, hold up. I'm too happy. Yeah, well, I'm not depressed right now. Here. Luca. Here. This series. Watch it. It's really fucking good. Yes, it's really, really good. Like, it makes you mind fuck. What? No, wait. How do you say that sentence?
Huh?
It mind fucks you. There we go. It doesn't make you mind fuck. It mind fucks you. You're getting pegged by this series. I'm telling you. No, it is mindfuck. Mindfuck is a real thing. That's not what I'm saying. Just the way I built the sentence sounded like you're gonna do some freaky shit in your head, okay? And I would never do that because I'm an angel. Anyway. From you should have just said so. I'm making garlic bread? Fuck yeah. Ball, right? Why? Okay, why do you say ball? Yeah, garlic bread would be very nice. I feel like saying ball, right? It's like, you like balls. Hi, Cactus! Look, I'm in. I'm kind of sad I didn't get more time. Well, you can always do it again. I'm joking. You still got plus time though. You're not like, I mean, Juke got a shit ton of negative time on his record, so I mean, it could have been worse, is all I'm saying. I'm teaching you shit again? Okay, I'm gonna look it up then. Ball right meaning.
Wow!
Mr. 𝗙𝗪𝗪 says,
Thank you, Joe, for the
can you
follow.
put Jenny in her place? She's saying that she's an angel when she's definitely not. Jenny, angel. Please. Only thing angelic about you is how fast you fall from grace, right into the respawn screen. Eileen's got more hail than you, and she's not even here. Back to the bottom shelf, Jenny.
Streaking it. Streaking it. That's on the 190 leader. Let's go. Also, if you wait, I have a pointing thing for this. Wait, professional. If you haven't joined our Discord yet, you should join our Discord right now because you can get light notifications and you can get scheduled in your own time zone, so you never ever miss a stream ever again. And you can also be part of our game nights if you want to, that we have every Sunday. And you, I don't know actually what I wanted to say with that one, but you should join our Discord. Is my point. Hashtag sellout, bro. You. What did I click? Oh shit. Wait. Okay, my setup is really bad with my stream deck, so I don't see what buttons I'm pressing, so I'm afraid I'm just gonna go and be like like that instead of pressing this button, because they're right next to each other! Discord, what's that? Oh yeah, you might use Microsoft Teams. We do not have a server there, though. I'm sorry to tell you. Oh, look! Do you want to see a magic trick? You want to see a magic trick? Ready? Okay, honestly, that looked better in my head. No! What? I need to have the sad violin sound. That's not it. Okay. Oh. Bro, is bro also one of those slangs? Dude, there's so many slangs I don't know, and I'm part of your fucking generation. Wait, I was gonna ball right. Okay, ball right. Slang. Okay. Ball right is a funny, exaggerated slang of saying alright.
That is so stupid.
That is really dumb. Please never say ball right ever again. That is really dumb. Who the fuck? Okay. I see that it also started with the streamer 𝗙𝗵𝗄𝗃. 𝗙𝗵𝗄𝗃 started saying it, then everyone was like, yeah, alright. Dude, I am hag maxing. I crochet, bro. I crochet. I crochet on my free time. And I don't keep up with memes at all. I live under a rock. You know, Eileen is the one that comes to me and is like, Jenny, there's a trend going on. I'm like, what? I don't know what shit means. I'm ball right, Grain. Alright. Listen, back in my day. Back in my day. Oh, I can make a... I mean, honestly, I've been making a shit ton of plushies. I'm gonna make a crab very soon. But I haven't made any clothes yet. But I could! I could! You wanna see my turtle? Wait, hold up. Now you got me into crocheting. Hold up. Yenny. What? What, Kanin? But I already have a really nice scarf, so I don't wanna have a new one. Alright. Please look at this. That's my stream deck. Alright. So. Make me a scarf. Fine. But let me make my plushies first, okay? I'll make it for winter. Alright, look, here's my blue lobster. Right here. My blue lobster. Then we have my favorite one, which is the best one so far. Which is the turtle. Look at this turtle. He's so tiny. It's a turtle. Right? Next one I'm gonna make is a crab. Like a crab with goofy eyes. Dude, nothing fucking beats putting on a movie and then crocheting at the same time. Whoa! It's like fucking therapy, dude. Yeah. Either that or like drawing at the same time also does really good. But I have this like crocheting book. Actually, I have the book right here. I can show it. This is the book I have. It's called amigurumi, which is like the Japanese art of making plushies or something like that. I don't fucking know. But it has like instructions for all of these sea animals. So this is the guy I'm gonna do next. The 𝗙𝗏𝗏 down here. He got goofy eyes. That honestly though, it kind of feels cool because looking at the instructions for someone who doesn't know this, it probably like okay, it's also in Swedish. It's also in Swedish, so keep that in mind. But varför heter fisken en gul kirurg? Wait, is this sturgeon? It's a tang? What? Tangs? Oh. Okay, in Swedish, this fish is called a yellow sturgeon. I've never heard of that fish species in my life. Kirurgfisk, like surgeon fish. Surgeon fish. Weird guy. Oh, here's the crab! There's crab in Swedish right there. Krabba. Krabba. Dude, Swedish is so goofy sometimes, because sometimes we just take like English words and just like put a twist on them. Instead of crab, it's just krabba. They have a degree in everything, but really? Oh shit. I punched my microphone, I'm so sorry. Hi Cotton! Welcome in. Hi Bag! Crab battle. Krabba. Yeah, but I mean, mostly I think a lot of stuff comes from Latin, but it probably comes from Latin, honestly. This means butterfly fish. Yeah, really, it's butterfly. This is a blåval. It's a blue whale. That would be super cute to make. Are you fucking kidding me? I should make the blue whale after the crab. That's really cute. I want to make the sea fish, the starfish as well. I feel like this would be really fun to make. This is a bit complicated, but this is starfish in Swedish, and it's pronounced 𝗙𝗏𝗏. 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 I know it's a bit funky because SJ becomes a hissing noise, and STJ becomes also a hissing noise. So it's 𝗙𝗏𝗏. Really cute if you meet a panther. I'm gonna, after I'm finished with this book, I'm gonna buy. Here's a turtle. After I'm done with the this book, I'm gonna buy the other book that is like forest animals, I think. And then you can make like a raccoon and stuff like that, basically. I think so, at least. Alright, done. Hi, Andrew. People say English is hard. How the fuck does that word make sense? Okay, listen. What's cute about Swedish, though, in my opinion, it's probably the same in other Nordic languages as well. Does SK also make a hissy noise? Yes. Yeah, it does. So SK is right here. So this would be sköld. Sköld. Not scold or however you pronounce it, it would be sköld. I was lucky joking. Hi Dove! No, what's really cute about Swedish is that a lot of our words are very literal. So sköldpadda would mean shield toad. It means shield toad. Wait. 𝗙𝗏𝗏 𝗙𝗏𝗏. Yeah, there you go. That's what I said. 𝗙𝗏𝗏 𝗙𝗏𝗏. But it makes sense, right? Because it's a toad with a shield on it, you know? It's cute. This is blåsfisk. It means blowfish. I don't know if it's called the same.
Streaking it.
No, it's pufferfish. It's pufferfish in English, but it's blowfish in Swedish. Why does it blow? Oh, because it blows itself up, but not like. Okay. Back, you're gonna 155. No, it doesn't go boom. It shut up. Shut up. It doesn't go boom, but it expands, you know, like. Okay, whatever. This is a lobster. It's a hummer. I guess that makes more sense than lead and lead being two different words. I fucking hate that. It blows itself? Yeah. It blows itself. I have serious experience with Nordic-based languages I need to learn. You'll hear a lot of Swedish on my channel because I swear a lot in Swedish. You'll learn a bunch of swear words. Hey guys. Do you wanna say some Swedish words you've learned from me? I know you know. I know you know. I wanted to check out the other names as well. Oh, we have all the names here actually. Okay, Onyx cannot spell, so ignore him. Jävla helvete? Yeah. Okay, wait. Oh yeah, the dolphin! I wanted to do the dolphin as well. It's really cute. This is delphine. Is pronounced delphine. This is me. Sal! It's a sal! Seal in Swedish is sal. Vad fan is my personal favorite? Helvete! I'm Swedish, so I haven't learned any from you. Yes, you have. Just pretend you have, and I'll be happy. Thank you. This is a how do you pronounce that? 𝗙𝗵𝗏? 𝗙𝗵𝗏! Like, oh, what the fuck? I've never heard of a 𝗙𝗵𝗏. What the fuck? 𝗙𝗵𝗏. Is it a whale?
Kinda.
𝗙𝗵𝗏. It's a sperm whale, dude! Duh! Of course a 𝗙𝗵𝗏 is a sperm whale. 𝗙𝗵𝗵. Nej, usch vad äckligt. Oh. I just translated sperm whale directly to Swedish and it was bad. Hi Black Mara, welcome in. Isn't 𝗙𝗵𝗏 the name that Vegeta yells at Goku? I have not seen.
No, that's 𝗙𝗵𝗏.
That's 𝗙𝗵𝗏 apparently. I have not seen Goku is Dragon Ball. No, wait, I don't know.
Dragon Ball.
It is Dragon Ball. Okay, sorry, I have not seen Dragon Ball.
Well, today.
𝗙𝗏𝗏. Oh. Okay, this one you know, it's a clownfish. You can see it. Clown in Swedish is the same. Oh, speaking of Goku, we have fusion. Dude, look at the fusion emote we have. It's called Fusion Dance? Is that what it's called? Fusion... That one, that is Goku, no? Hey. No? Isn't Goku the one with the black hair? Is his son? Oh! In honor for the clownfish, thank you. But he looks the fucking same! I'm gonna Google Goku right now. Goku and his son. Oh, it's a tiny version of him. I see. It's a mini Goku. Giga shit Gohan and the little shit Goten. I see. I see. I'm never gonna watch Dragon Ball, so it's fine for me. Oh, you know what? We're almost done watching though. Me and Eileen are almost done watching Bleach, and it's the first time I've ever seen. We're on episode 355, I think. And after that, we're gonna watch Thousand Year Blood War, and I've never seen that either. Ah! No, Blood War not watched yet. That we're gonna watch after. If you're talking about the Thousand Year Blood War thing. Oh. Thousand Year Blood War? Yeah. Honestly though, the quality different. Okay, what I like about Bleach, right? What I've liked about Bleach is that we've seen it go from being a square fucking screen with shitty quality, but good for its time, I guess. But shitty quality to then actually having the whole screen being covered and not have black borders around it, and actually have like proper animation. I'm not gonna watch Naruto. I'm not fucking watching that shit. One Piece and Naruto I'm not watching. But if they're remaking One Piece, right, to be shorter seasons, and that I could watch. Yes! Put on. Eileen put on like the first episode of Thousand Year Blood War. Like the first few seconds just to see like the difference in quality, and like basically blue balling at that point because we wouldn't continue watching it. And the quality difference is crazy from original Bleach to Thousand Year Blood War. Holy fuck! How the fuck? Oh yeah, we got into anime topic from the fucking fusion dance. Oh yeah, 𝗙𝗵𝗵𝗀𝗏𝗏. That's what fucking got. That's crazy. Anyways, we have clownfish, and then we have 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗪𝗏. I don't. Is this an anglerfish?
Rull.
Marulk. Oh fuck, not marulk. Oopsies. 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗪𝗏. 𝗙𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗪𝗏. Yeah, there you go. Isn't ulk? Isn't that fucking werewolf?
Oh, that's 𝗚lv.
Ulv. Ah shit. Ah shit. I'm so bad at Swedish. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. It's varulv. It's varulv. Teaching Jenny Swedish like it's 1993. Yeah, I'm born in Sweden, by the way, but I don't fucking know the language. It's just I've never pronounced this in my life. How would I know? Hi, Asteris. Hello. Anyways, this is an anglerfish, I believe. It's called something really common. Maniat! Maniat! It's a jellyfish. I want to make this one too. I mean, I'm gonna make every single one, so it doesn't matter, but... It's a maniat! Maniat! Then we have 𝗏𝗏, which is a whale shark. Yeah, guess what? The famous blue shark from IKEA is called blue shark in Swedish. 𝗏𝗏. This is a 10-armad bläckfisk. Is that even a thing? It has 10 arms. Yeah, squid in Swedish is inkfish, which makes sense. Again, in Swedish it's kind of funny with literal meanings like that. The same thing with raccoon. Raccoon in Swedish is 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, which means washing bear. So 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗪 means 10-armed squid. 10-armed squid. Oh! Here's an 8-arm. This is 8-armad. They wash their fruit? Yeah, exactly. That makes sense, right? You like refrigerator? Refrigerator in Swedish is 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗪, which means cold cabinet. Cold cabinet. What is that song? Take on Me, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna put on Take on Me because it's on my mind! Hell yeah. But the thing is, do we have in Swedish, do we have the same word for squid and same word for octopus? We do. Squid and octopus, they're just called like, because this is an octopus, right? Because it's 8 arms. But I guess that makes a difference what you put in front of it. Never back here. Never at the narwhal. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we did this one. This is a walrus. This is a walrus. It's almost the same. My dad. He looks like that. And then we have the orca. Yeah, we say 10 armed or 8 armed, depending on if it's a squid or an octopus. I didn't know that actually. Anyways, orca in the Swedish is 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Did you guys know the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, the orca actually don't attack humans? Like, there's been no case of death from an orca if it's not in captivity. Like in the wild, they don't care. They want seals, and that's fucked up. Technically, a squid is a what? 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 want me scary stuff. Okay, well this one, you know, this is high. Hi. It's high. He's short. Short. Hi. Hi. Pronounced the same as hi, like saying hi. This is Hammerhai, this is a hammerhead shark. And then we have 𝗙𝗆 yeah, seahorse. 𝗙𝗆 is again with the SJ, it becomes like the hissing noise. So I think we're back where we were. 𝗙𝗃𝗃! Look at that 𝗙𝗃𝗃. 𝗙𝗵, you did it! You got your pug back! Oh my god, it looks amazing, 𝗙𝗵. Let's go! Yep, that's me. Okay, he's so fucking proud. Look at him. He's so happy. All of Naruto, Shippuden plus Naruto is about 500 episodes. Whereas Bleach is 200 episodes without all the fillers. So it would be like watching Bleach. Oof. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I kind of want the shorter anime after Bleach is done. I want to watch my Dress Up Darling. I really do. My Dress Up Darling, I feel like I like it a lot. I haven't watched it. Oh, I'm beating it. Just beat it, beat it. How you doing? Plus, oh, 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 Diaries season 3 comes out soon. It's like end of this year / next year. Ah. Okay, wait. Let me just finish this up because I'm gonna get distracted otherwise. Hi, Arturo. Hello. We have 2 left, I think. So this is 𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗏, which is the stingray or manta ray. There is a movie. I know. I'm so excited. Okay. This one I didn't even know was in here. You can make a fucking otter. I need to make the otter. I didn't know it was in here. Is it on the front? It's not on the fucking front. It's a hidden one. I didn't know they had a fucking otter in here. Anyways, it's called 𝗙𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏. I get so happy just now. I need to make this one. I need to make this one. What the fuck? I didn't know. Can't judge a book by its cover. No, literally. What the fuck? 𝗙𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏? No, 𝗙𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Fuck, you made me stumble upon my words in Swedish. Kami, stop sending me fucking horse fucking bullshit! I swear! Dude, they keep sending me fucking stupid horses! Okay, this is what bro sends me. Bro sends me this. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, he keeps sending me different horse photos. It's a seahorse, yeah, no, literally. This is like the punishment I get from me asking him to make like emotes. Fucking hell. Also, hi Foxy, hello. Foxy, and I saw someone else. No, it was just Onyx, never mind. But I am watching the One Piece live action, however. It's really good. I heard that One Piece fans also think it's really good. Like, they actually did a really good adaptation. Which is rare, honestly. Seeing... Usually, like, anime adaptations or... game adaptation or, like, something adaptations are always usually shit. But a lot of people think the live action is good. I like it. But then again, I've heard that my opinion is kind of invalid because I thought the live action Death Note movie was good. And I haven't seen the anime. I haven't seen the anime. I hate live action anything. Oh, so when I have the fucking in real life streams, you probably fucking hate it. That's not a 𝗙𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 adaptation. I got rickrolled by my Spotify playlist. Oh well. Death Note anime is pretty good until season 2. Oofa. That's pretty early though, I feel. Unless season 1 is really long. Hi Bark! No, you're cute. No, wait, I got this? No, you're cute! No, ah! Hi 𝗙𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Oh. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna let you desert you. But For weeps in here, I do have an anime watch list, which you guys can look up if you want to see which animes I have watched and which ones we're planning to watch, or it's like interest list, I guess. I think the command is it exclamation mark anime? I don't remember which command that is. Yeah, it is anime. There's my watch list for ya. Oh shit, I haven't updated our progress on Bleach since 302! Dude, I keep wanting to cough, but I'm not coughing. I mean, it's not properly, I mean, it's not that bad. I just need to update our Bleach episodes and Chainsmoker Cat. And hurt you. Give you up. Oh yes! Oh my god, oh my god. So we had a friend that was like, yeah, you know, you should watch 𝗙𝗏𝗏 DNA. I'm like, 𝗙𝗏𝗏, okay. So Eileen puts it on and we watched through 𝗙𝗏𝗏 and After Story. And I was crying for like, I don't know how fucking long. I was heartbroken. Hold up. Here you go, everybody. I didn't notice she fucking banished me! What fun! I was still talking! Wagga. Okay, listen. Listen. So, where was I? Right, you should watch Chainsmoker Cat. It is so fucking unfiltered as an anime. Like, they'll show some vile shit in there, and it's great for that, in my opinion. I fucking love it. I love unfiltered stuff like that. So I recommend watching Chainsmoker Cat. I've had so much fucking fun watching it. I'm gonna update which episode we're on Bleach, because I'm on here. I think we're on episode 355. You should! It's on Netflix! Have you seen Angel Bates? No. Again, I do have an anime list. We have seen Violet Evergarden though. I didn't cry to Violet Evergarden though, I think. I don't remember. I think the top animes I've cried to is Assassination Classroom, 𝗙𝗏𝗏, 𝗙𝗏𝗏. No, not 𝗙𝗏𝗏. It's not 𝗙𝗏𝗏. It's 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏. Yeah, 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏. Yeah, I know I've watched both. I'm talking which one I cried to. I didn't cry to 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏. It's the same level as fucking Game of Thrones. A Silent Voice. I've not seen that movie yet. I've heard it's sad though. No, I have seen it. Have we seen it? No, I haven't seen it. No. The one I have seen is the I want to eat your pancreas or something like that. I want to eat your I want to eat your pancreas. That one. You know the saddest fucking movie you guys should see? Like, you need to watch this. It is a movie called Grave of the Fireflies. Have you seen it? You should see it. Grave of the Fireflies. That fucking shit broke me. Yeah. Grave of the Fireflies has a 100% meter on Rotten Tomatoes. Mole mole. And 95 on audience score. Devilman. I have not seen that one. Anohana I haven't seen either. I don't think I've added movies to my anime watches. I don't know if you can add movies. I think you can. Bam. I don't remember what I've watched on this. That's why I started creating this anime watch list, because I would literally not remember what I've watched and what I thought of it. So I go into it to check what I thought of it. Because you can like rate them and stuff like that as well. Oh shit! I've been yapping for 2 hours again! Oh man. Okay, wait. Hold up. We're gonna get into Star Wars. I'm gonna go piss first though. Oop. Alright, give me a sec. I'm gonna go pee. Hello? What the fuck is going on? Can we disable spin the ending? I forgot that shows the entire amount. Can we pause spin the ending, please? Thank you. I didn't know that was still on. Oh man. Don't bunk me, Twitch, I swear. Alright. Rip players! I mean, deserved. Hi, Frost. Hi, Orpheus. Thank you for sale tax. Have you guys paid your sale tax and claimed your daily fish today? Did you know? You can claim a daily fish every stream. Did you know? Did you know? Have you ever wondered how it looked like without the running mascara, by the way? I think I made a toggle for it, but I don't know where it was. Where it is. Oh no, this is when I feel naked, dude. Does not feel naked as fuck. You see?
Huh?
Horrible. Oh fuck, my phone is dying. Oh shit. Hi TJ, ever find the name of the thing you were meaning to talk about but now the topic has moved on? No. My memory span was not last that long, I am sorry. Alright, we're gonna play some Star Wars. And hopefully progress in the game. And maybe complete it. I would love to complete it. We've been yapping for 2 fucking hours. Alright. Give me a second. It's just one of those days. I think actually since I got like 8-9 hours of sleep for once and not like 4 or 5 that have been getting the past like a week. I think I'm actually have energy for once. Don't get me wrong, I would love to stay in Yap, but if I don't finish Star Wars, I can't start my Red Dead Redemption run. And that'd be very sad. What was the occasion? Me. Like, I don't know. There's just so much to fucking talk about. Hi, Six Pack. Hope you're doing good. Boop. Yeah, I do gotta finish Silksong as well. I'm not excited about that though. Like, motivation does a lot when it comes to games, and I'm not excited to play Silksong at all. You know? Alright. Shit. Oh yeah, fair warning. If you're new here, you probably want to turn down the volume a little bit. Because I do scream a lot. Oh, however though, my throat has been fucked since this morning. Well, yeah, since this morning, so I might not scream as much today. Beat Silksong this weekend, get 30 pieces of sushi. Oh, but can I complete it in a weekend though? No, but I only have today and tomorrow. No, but I don't... Did someone pause seal tags? Too little time. If it would have been like beat it overall and then get sushi, I would have been okay with it. Had a visitor for 6 hours! Oh hell no. That's what one of the worst things about living at home for me was that when my parents would just bring over guests and shit. And then I had to like hide in my room because I didn't want to see anybody. 30J. $12 to 15 hours. Also, we're not gonna be dubbing the scenes today because both me and Eileen are feeling a bit sick. So we're not gonna overextend ourselves. No, Yeet is fine. It's so short that it's not gonna be a problem, I think. What the fuck? Oh.
BD. Door.
Still just chatting? Okay, yell at my mods right now. Wagga. Thank you for seal tag. Dude, I cannot with them shooting at me like that.
Hang on him.
Tracking target. Don't. Hit the Jedi. Target and fire. Oh dear.
Attack him quickly.
Wanna know a cool trick for saber shots? Yeah, what?
Got you. Get him already. I got it. Tactics are foolish. You cannot escape. I got this.
Okay, they're dead. Now I can focus on this guy.
That's the last of them.
Fucking bitch.
Cal, I'm
Hi,
near your
Sander.
position, but sealed
If
behind
you
the blast
do the
door.
double-ended lightsaber,
Look
you
for
can
a
parry the
console
first
nearby.
shot and hold it? Wait, what? Okay, I need to try that out next time there's someone shooting me. This is Fallen Order.
Found it.
Holy shit.
That was impressive. How you holding up?
Don't worry about me. We have a job to do.
Fuck. Fuck. Alright, everyone, can we get a pull up in here? Should I swap to Silksong and complete Silksong before the weekend is over for sushi? Should I do it or not? I need a pull if I should complete Silksong for sushi this weekend. Because then I might swap to Silksong right now. It's very tempting. I need a pull. Dude, sushi is my everything. I fucking love sushi. It's my favorite food. Finishing it, not 100%ing it. But I've already finished the game. I am right now working on 100%ing it. Oh, you mean like the third act ending, I guess? Or secret third act ending? Right. Hi, Cool Cam. Well, then I'm confused. Can I do it this weekend then? Then Okay. You know what? I'll just trust the process. No, but fuck me, dude. I have to kill fucking 𝗙𝗵𝗏 guy. What is his name? 𝗙𝗵𝗏? Is that what he's called? Yeah, 𝗙𝗵𝗏 is who I need to kill. Alright, well... Well, if I'm not 100%ing it anymore, then
This place apart. This
I might
prison
need
is
some
where they kept
guidance.
us. I only wish there was someone left to save.
I'm sorry we had to come back here.
So am I. We didn't really have a choice, did we?
I understand. Let's keep moving.
Yes. Let's get this over with.
Any sign of 𝗙𝗏?
No, not yet. The holocron is being kept in the interrogation chamber. It's the most secure place in this entire fortress. I'm opening the path to the holocron.
Fuck! Everyone thinks yes, okay. Who the fuck voted no? Who's the one person that voted no? Okay, let me just get to the next save point in this game and I'll do it.
Looks like a turbo lift. Might be our ticket out of here.
Did 𝗙𝗏𝗏 right and vote no? Hiya, go hiya. This looks cool as fuck, look! Like... Ooh, that's a far way down. Is that lava? Why is there so much lava in Star Wars?
We're getting close.
When like Anakin and Obi-Wan was fighting each other,
Hey, my friend.
they were also like a shit ton of lava.
Never seen anything like this. Advanced, even for the Empire.
For the Empire! Hello? I know, they didn't even tie the pole. They actually want to see Silksong that bad. How the fuck do I get over? Wait. Do I jump off? No, wait, that seems dumb. I should not jump off. Oh, thank you for the follow! 𝗙𝗵𝗏, welcome in. There's an interact? Wait, there is? Oh! Shut up! Shut up! The DJ was losing his fucking shit looking at me, trying to look for it. Alright, we got another save point. Shit. But I feel like, how close am I to defeating this game then? I feel like I'm at the end act or something. Oh no! Does that mean it's a fucking boss I'm gonna rage at? Okay, well, in that case, you know what? Silksong is gonna be great. Yeah. You guys want heart rate monitor for Silksong, by the way? I think you played on a harder difficulty than I did, though. Yeah. I don't get me wrong, I like a bit of challenge, but there's a limit. But that's what makes Silksong annoying, though, because I cannot really set a difficulty, I just have to suffer. Did you guys know you can get this background for free on Wallpaper Engine? Yep. It does have a moving state, I just don't have it on. Alright. Did I making Frost's life so fucking annoying by having to swap game? but... 46 hours in, and I have to defeat fucking 𝗙𝗵𝗏. Whoa! What? One second, I need to get my heart rate monitor and also read something quickly.
But
Sorry, I'm not happy right now because I need to fucking... I need to do the delivery. And I fucking hate it. I'm stressing about it. Okay. Calm. I am calm. Tried like 5 times, and if it doesn't work, I use Aileen to do it for me. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Aileen should do it for me if I don't do it in 5 tries. How do I get out of here? Stay calm? Yes! Stay calm and slay on. No! 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 Alright. This way. Where did I go down? Is it here? Oh, it is here. Oh yeah. As you can see, I have completed most of the game, but I am not 100% done yet. Bench at the beginning and nowhere else. So I can just relog, you mean, if I fail? Where does it start even? It starts at 𝗏𝗏, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Then I have to go all the way all up here to the Citadel. I need like the map again. I need like the map that shows where the fuck I'm going. Like the optimal path, like I did with the flower. Citadel dining room. Where the fuck is Citadel? What is it called? Hold up. Courier's Rasher. Courier's Rasher best route. Fuck, it's far, dude.
it
Oof.
don't take.
Is the tip to clear out the monsters on the way there and not sit down on the bench? Does that work even? Don't they spawn once you leave the room?
Honestly,
Aileen says it's lame and I should just go for it. Alright, here's the path we're taking. It's quite a fucking far way. Yes, I'm doing the challenge. I'm not gonna fucking eat crayons after this. I need to go to 𝗏𝗏. Alright, I'm gonna be locked in during this. So, I'm not there yet, but when I'm there, I'm gonna be locked in. So please, keep that in mind, please. Ah, he's gonna scissor me. Fuck! My fucking... Do I have anything to restore that? Nor... Please keep that in mind. Gamin's AI, bit redeem, Tamagotchi, door ringing, sirens. Sirens? Where the fuck is sirens gonna come from? Iron Zora. He's a good boy. Oh yeah, heart rate monitor is on now. Yeah, I did see that I was gonna play Silent Hill Live. I haven't seen it yet though.
Modella dera.
Stop moaning.
𝗙𝗵𝗴 𝗙𝗵𝗵 𝗙𝗆
𝗙𝗆 𝗪𝗏𝗃𝗲? Wait, I got it. I have a home. I have a house. 𝗙𝗶𝗆 sock. Where's my house? Is it here? Oh my god, I got a home! It's my house! These are all my materials? The stuff I've discovered?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh my god, look at my house!
Yes, yes, yes.
I do have a bed I can rest on! Look at me! Oh, she sleeps in it! Look at her! Dude, this is ASMR actually. You just... Aww.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she's been holding on to some stuff. You can decorate it, but I don't have any beads. No way. Ah, fuck, I kinda wanna grind up the beads now. Okay, hi Sansu. Wait. Only said to log out while I'm in the bed. Lulu? Hey, don't shit on the floor, please. Wait. Alexa! I'm so... Ah! Lulu shut on the floor. Did anything happen? Patrick. Welcome, man. Alright. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna be hangry. I know I'm gonna be hangry. I need to have the map up. Hold up. Shit, I'm scared. Okay. Don't sit on any bench except... Yeah, okay, don't sit on any bench. Don't sit on any bench. I'm gonna start crying over this, I know it. Alright. Dagger. Okay. Wish me luck. I'm going. I'm gonna look in. Okay, no, that's it.
Are you trying again?
Yes, I'm not rage quitting, I'm just restarting. I fucking got hit twice in the fucking beginning of it. Shut the fuck up! Shut up! I didn't thought I rage quit.
I did.
Fall from my does like a heavy landing, yeah. I know I can't take fall damage, I know that. I need to like float down. I need to float. I know, but it damages that does make it fall damage if it damages the package, you know? Did I? I can't open my fucking soda bottle! Ah! Okay, I open it. I hate when the soda bottle gets the best of me.
But have you considered
No. Alright, this time we got it. First try. I mean, I will kill you. In game. I will actually physically stop it.
Nej! Släpp! Kvinna! Släpp den! Nej! Eileen!
I'm so sorry. There's a bunch of chaos going on. I'm sorry. Hi, 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗶. Welcome in. I'm locking in. I swear I'm locked in. Hi, Branch. Alright. Okay. Woo! Yeah. I'm not locked in. I'm not locked in. I'm just bad. I'm just fucking bad. I'm not her, bro. No, the wrong bullshit. Sorry. I don't know the fucking way here, so GG's. I don't know the fucking way! Up. I took the wrong way. Left and up. Left and all the way up, then right, 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 up, up. I don't fucking know where I am. I'm so bad at direction. Okay, well there we go. Everyone, I want you to point at Frost, because Frost just jinxed it. What the fuck were you doing there? Did you see that? I mean, I'm happy. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I'm so happy. Don't worry about it. This is my 4th try then, right? And then on 5th try, Eileen does it. On my 5th try, yeah. Oh no, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Men du skämtar med mig! Alltså! Hello everybody, I am now your commentator Jenny. 𝗙𝗶𝗃, welcome to my podcast. Today we're gonna be looking at pro player does the Rasher's career in Hollow Knight Silksong.
Right, actually.
Good, sure. Yippee! Dude, you got fucking looked into the elevator? Shut up, DJ. Listen. Okay, it's not my proudest moment. But, I'm not in my mental state to be doing this fucking delivery right now. So that's why we're gonna watch Eileen. Hey Jenny, what's up? Go for a try. Shut up. Shut up. Eileen is quite rusty though. She has 100%ed this game, but it's been a while. I'm sitting in Lula's chair right now, yeah. I'm sitting on the hard wooden chair. Wow! Carmy! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Anyways, so how are you guys doing today? How's the weather? Yo, what's up? Welcome. Yeah. Eileen plays on the keyboard, and you might want to disconnect the controller, Eileen, because it's gonna vibrate. Unless you want the vibration in your hands. Yeah. Found you on YouTube. Love the content and figured see what's going on live. Let's go! Welcome in from YouTube! DJs, we have a YouTube DJen. Everyone say hi. Ayo. Yeah, at the moment I am very mad at this game, so I am letting Eileen do the work for me. I'm sitting in the passenger princess seat right now. Dude, okay. Please, DJ, try having PMS and then come back to me and say calm down. And you don't even know, bro? I literally have PMS square. There's a worse version of PMS called PMDD. The double Ds. Listen, I'm here yapping because Eileen is doing the content. W Lane Jenny skill issue. Yeah, actually. Eileen's most likely gonna fail due to audio delay, she says. But that way, you can wear my headset if you want. Next time. I can disable that. Ba. Uffa. It's okay. Hi, yo, welcome in. I'm trying to see the chat from where I'm sitting, but it's very tiny. It's a bit tight. You don't want to play free? What's next? You're gonna get someone to yap for you too? No. No one can replace my yapping. I'm very good at yapping. Right now I'm kind of like locked in though. Hi Lilac, what's your name? Plug it in. Yeah, I'm gonna give Eileen my my headset. I'm gonna disable the screams and stuff because otherwise she'll hear when you guys scream. Speedrun strapped by Eileen. She's very good, but
I can't hear shit and the keyboard is 15% smaller. Woo.
She's calling my keyboard small.
It is.
the same size hands, okay?
Dude, I'm sitting like this.
Look, it's perfect.
Is the sound effects on?
No. I'm gonna disable your guys' voice for now. You're gonna become mute. And Blobbins is paused, yeah. I'm gonna disable the Wagga too. Wagga. Yeah.
Spamming everything.
Stop spamming it! Wagga.
By the other ones. Fine ones.
I'm removing every single one. There we go. You guys can't do shit now. You're mute. What are you gonna do about it, huh?
Oh, I have actually.
What are you gonna do about it, little pussy boy? No, I'm joking. Sorry. Oh, that needs to be the. Can we pause that? Can we pause it, DJ or Frost or somebody? Yeah. Disable the. I am here, please.
What the fuck?
Spam one sub so we keep hearing Bo. That'd be funny as fuck. Wait, was that live clock and reaction? What is a silk runner?
Have the seat.
No.
Oh, fucking.
I don't have any beads. I'm out of beads. I know live clock and reaction is great. It is really funny. No anus?
How do we...
No, but how long is she supposed to be in? It says on the bag? Wait, I need to read about the baguette, because otherwise I might get burnt bread.
Like 10, 15.
Wait. If I put the bread in at 17:56, how many minutes has it been? Almost 10, right? It has been 8 minutes then, right? Or... It's supposed to be in for 17 to 19 minutes. Why can't I use hi, I'm here? Because Eileen... You guys are gonna do anything to fuck up Eileen. It's messed up. You know, shit is paused because Eileen is gonna do this for me and she needs quiet. I should play more Hollow Knight and every time completed the first one. You should. Honestly, it's great games. It's infuriating, but it's great. Okay. Well, I don't know. I haven't found it, maybe. What? Isn't that the one? No, I don't know, actually. Timido. Eileen is so fucking aggressive with her keyboard clicking compared to me. Like, she really fucking clicked them. Talking away. I don't know what to say. I hate hearing my voice actually, because normally when I wear my headset and I talk, I don't really hear it. But now I hear my voice. A gun? Oh. No spoiler for this. What is that? I don't hear it, so. Okay, I'm gonna hear it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's nice, actually. What's that? 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗃. What is that? Yeah. But you run faster? Oh, you use silk to run faster. Holy fuck fast. Oh wait, you get something else? What the frick? Rune harp? A rune depicting paths from Farloom. Whoa. Okay. Wrong game? No. That's from Super Mario, no? Yeah, I'm really fast. Fast as fuck, boy! I will go back to playing, by the way, once Eileen is done with the delivery quest. A relic, yeah. Hell yeah. Eileen was doing some fucking speedrun tech, it was kinda cool. Wait, when is the baguette done? If I put it in 1756 and it's now 1810, and it's supposed to be in there for... It's been in there for 14 minutes right now. It's supposed to be in for 17 to 19. So in 3 minutes I need to go check on the baguette. I'll go check on the baguette, guys. Enjoy Eileen gameplay while I'm gone. Eat one baguette and predict how much and I crave it in real life. It's not even only baguette, you know what it is? It's garlic baguette. It's like filled with creamy garlic butter. Mmm. Yeah. So I can get the decorate. Hi, Smoggle! Vampires would hate that? Luckily, I'm not a vampire as far as I know. I don't go outside though, so I don't know. I hate the sun. They're on their post before they close. Go! Run! Run! Do I like garlic bread? No, I don't like garlic bread. That's why we're making garlic bread. Yeah. Flex. How many hours do I have in Silksong? How many hours do I have in Silksong? Like 100 maybe? Or like 50, I don't know. Holy shit, I'm the one playing right now, by the way. Look at me. Oh, holy shit, I'm running. Oh, jump, 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 and then we dash to the left, and run, and then boom, 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 and then what? Heal quickly, and then we dodge, and he dives down like that. I don't know. Told you, I'm a pro gamer.
But I didn't.
No.
I knew that he.
Damn. Very cool. Yo, first daily fish though. That's awesome. She's gaming. Oh fuck, I need to go check on the garlic bread before it burns. Lap now. I believe Jenny's playing while checking on the garlic bread. I know. Wait, you sing? Okay, it's okay, a bit embarrassing, but yes, I do have a few covers up on YouTube, but I'm not the best singer, but I like to sing. You know, maybe I'll just go and go and take a nap now, and Nadine came for you guys, you know?
Lulu, I'm gonna eat your face.
I show Lula. My feet are gonna be shown though. I didn't turn on click camera icon. Yeah. No. Look at the Lula! The Eileen! But she's covering the whole screen though. Poop in her lap, that's fucked up. Eileen, you might wanna make it smaller though. Have Lula count. Dude, they're not seeing any fucking gameplay right now. Hi, 𝗙𝗶𝗶, welcome in. gorgeous! Oh, you can see my tattoo. Look at my tattoo. Camera's not that. Yeah, that. There we go. Hey, Eileen. There you go. I want to be built like my champ. 4 arms would be perfect, right? Pussy patting? Oh my god, live pussy on stream right now? I don't know I'm gonna have. Hi, Gabe. You're a skilled gamer? Yeah, I'm the one playing right now. Look at her, she's fucking living her life right now. You're still alive? I'm good at Hollow Knight, but not this fast in Silksong. Eileen is good, right? She's really good. I'm not actually the one playing, like, for those. This is me, I'm on camera right now. Having Lulu on my lap. He keeps wanting to lick my hand. This is honestly the first time I ever stayed on a stream for more than a few minutes. Oh, that's a compliment. Thank you. This is a reaction? I mean, yeah, technically. I mean, she is playing like live right now. She's sitting on my chair. You should do a recording of this with Lulu and put it on your default stream layout. Oh, just like looping Lulu cam. It would be kind of dope. The lights, the lights, the lights. The lights, the lights. Yeah. It's like little cute fairy lights. Alright.
Hello, Meg.
Alright, let's see our new decorated house then. Oh, that's so cute! Look at the lights! Oh my god. You gonna do it? Alright, everyone wish Eileen good luck. She's gonna do it. I'm locked in with her. I'm gonna be a bit quiet. You can get hit 3 times in this, at the max, and she's gotten hit once, so she got 2 more times. Yeah, I thought that too. That's it. That's the 3rd one. Why are you believing?
Oh shit! Okay, Eileen, we got.
I'm believing.
My Eileen, it's just my legs. Lulu's not here anymore. Oh, I can't. But it's fine. Yo.
Why?
That's it. I'll fucking.
Can you click on the camera? These are my feet.
Have fun. I went so.
Raw feet at that. Raw fucking feet. $500 and the foot cam is back on. That's crazy. That crazy, bro. No. Rod always misses everything like that. That's why we shouldn't clip it. We should just tease him about it. You need to do your keyboard? Honestly, I prefer the flower in Hollow Knight that you need to deliver, because at least it's like, okay, don't get hit at least once, you know? But at least you can take your time, you know? You don't need to stress it. Stress doesn't sit well with me. I get stressed. Yeah, the time limit, it stresses me the fuck out. Like, it makes my head go gray. And I don't like that. Just focus, don't talking. Immediate impression after eating grocery store sushi. Too much rice, tastes like sugar, too little salmon, seeking for updates about upcoming food poisoning. Oh, you got this. I believe. Just tank it. Tank it, bro. That's the third one now. Yeah, but you shouldn't really eat raw stuff that is for, like, cheap, you know? I had after our last headmonth imminent demise after eating sushi, we're looking for a new one. Apply in the Discord. Aye. But at least you don't fucking scream and cry from it. I mean, it didn't take you 50 tries and you did it on your own, right?
Oh, it took...
You took her 3 times on her own.
I was annoyed.
Yeah. Thank you for the love here.
I had a feeling.
I mean, if you want me to complete the game, then yeah.
No! I live.
Stuff like that is so annoying. Ah. Ah.
Like, I get upset for Eileen, actually. I get pissy for Eileen.
I mean, like, I just in the path, a small little fucking mistake in the path, and like, not fuck, it's just a lot more annoying, right? Like, that's how simple that jump is. But if you fuck it up and suddenly he's pop locked. Instead.
Hello, Glitch. Alright, well, we're back to 𝗙𝗔 Podcast. Hello, everybody. Welcome to 𝗙𝗔 Podcast. Today we're watching Eileen complete the first ever world record. What happened? What did you do? No, what did you do?
I realized now I was doing so well.
You didn't take it!
I didn't take it.
She didn't take the fucking package! She forgot the package!
Oh man, I was so annoyed, I just went. It went well though, it went really good.
It was good, yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, yes,
If you let me eat my garlic baguette, maybe I can try it again. I'm gonna go eat my garlic baguette.
Guys, I'm actually purposely failing just so she can do it herself.
Huh?
Nothing.
I have a garlic baguette. Hi, Forge.
Your wash?
You wanna try it instead?
Your try it?
I think you got it.
I didn't give up.
Nice, and I can... Yeah.
We might have a problem. If neither of us can do it, who's gonna do it? Alright, I'm back playing. I'm gonna try it. I'm just gonna finish my garlic baguette, honestly. Because if I'm not hungry when I do this, I feel like that'll do a lot. Look at this. It is garlic baguette. Yes. You should do it with a remote desktop with the delay. I agree. Eileen said she's washed, so I need to do it.
Hello, Max.
Alright, we're gonna wash. Wash? What? We're gonna listen to this song while I eat the garlic bread and then we're gonna go. You're not you when you're hungry, everybody. Remember that. And all I've eaten today, it is currently 6:35 p.m. And all I've eaten today is a bowl with processed sour cream and honey. That's all I've eaten. Carbs are good though. I'm gonna eat the leftovers from yesterday later. The spaghetti bolognese. How the fuck do you pronounce spaghetti bolognese? I just make glizzes with rack salad. Yummy. That'll be in British though, but I'm eating.
Bolognese.
Bolognese? Bolognese nuts in your mouth? How to pronounce
Buongiorno. We are looking at how to pronounce with the typical Italian pronunciation the name of this sauce that you used for seasoning and for preparing spaghetti, all types of pasta, lasagna, using minced meat and garlic and onions and tomato. Fantastic sauce. Of course, in English or American, you normally say it bolognese.
bolognese. Okay.
Bolognese, like spaghetti bolognese, but the typical Italian pronunciation is quite different. In fact, in Italian they say bolognese, bolognese, like spaghetti bolognese.
Spaghetti bolognese. Spaghetti bolognese. I should have asked Sock, honestly. You guys are so cute posting the mlem in the Discord. It's adorable! Cool. I am finishing the bread. Gurk salad! Wait, do you mean like a Boston gurka? I'm alert for now, listening to your stream. Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you, Layla. You too. Yeah, I'm sorry for any potential screaming you might hear because the game is pissing me off. Gurk salad. Hi, son. Bruh. I was like, what is this fuck ass shit DJ has done again? Alright, I'm finally done with my garlic bread. I'm so sorry. I'm glutton. Jenny jukker meg, more like Jenny kuker meg. Kuker meg! Alright, you guys ready for me to crash out again?
Fuck this.
You got us, girl! Come on! Yes! Show him his boss! Literally? So... Okay, I'm gonna stop. Let's go. Yo. Fuck, I need the map. Hold up. Literally so cool. This time I'm leaving the headset in my apartment. Wait, you go out with your headset? You go, girl. I have hiccups. Had them with me to the washroom, madame. I'm sorry. No, I have hiccups. Because I am... Well, I know that way a bit now. It's more like when I get to the Citadel part where I get lost a lot. This might be so fast that my brain can't process it though. I'm locking in. Did I go too far? Never fun!
Fine, it's fine.
Oh, I hate when that happens. Was it? Yeah. Was it here? I don't fucking remember. No! Where am I supposed to go? I don't get it. And like, it doesn't even matter how many attempts I do if I don't even know the fucking way.
Have a hole there.
Why is there a hole there?
Right. Right.
Where is it next?
We're almost done.
Well, I know I was gonna fail it, I just need to know the way, because otherwise I'm gonna be in the same fucking situation again. That's why I'm doing it. That's why I'm going here, even though I've failed. Because I'm checking to know the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be stuck here now if I had it. Alright. Hi Broccoli, hi Lemons.
You got it.
Thank you for so thanks.
Better than me.
I'm just so fucking bad with directions. Like, you could give me a map and I would still get lost. Well, I have a map but I still get lost, you know? That's fucked. That's so fucked! Why would it spawn?
Go! We have to do it again. I'm joking.
I'm gonna turn on all the other sound redeems so you guys can actually clap. Oh my god. I fucking did it! I did it myself! I did it myself! Eileen didn't do it, I did it myself! Oh my god! Okay, I could cry, bro. I could literally cry. I could cry. If you were here, you were here. I did that. I did it myself. Did you see how I dodged those 3 monsters, by the way? Where's this fucking weirdo doing? What's that thing? Ew. Me when I'm hungry. Actually.
𝗙𝗵𝗴.
Ew, look how ugly. Looks like a tick, you know? Just wanted to pop in and say I appreciate you and everything you do. Oh, really? Keep it being kind of awesome. Aww. Guess what? Guess what though? Guess what? You are awesome. You guys are awesome. All of you. Take my compliment. I'm gonna reversing this shit. Okay, we're done with the delivery quest. We're done with the fucking... I need to search for a chakra and her master in Bylewater. I know they're up by a waterfall because I got spoiled by my brother when he was playing this. If I log out now and log back in, won't I then spawn in Perfect. What? I didn't want me to listen to a part, apparently. Alright. Yeah? No way! No way you're doing that. No way! Did Eileen whisper to you guys that she's purposely failing this so I can do it myself? Oh, you little shit! Were you actually? Wait, are you serious? Did you actually fail on purpose? What? 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 She whispered that to you guys when she was doing it, but I was getting the fucking garlic bread. No, wait, we all actually believe in you? Okay, okay. What did I do to deserve such a lovely community? You're a wholesome being right now? Nothing? Alright, my bad. They fucking hate me, dude. Do I then look for... I'm gonna look for Chakra and her, need to go to Bylewater, which is a disgusting place, but at least I don't have to do the delivery. I'm so happy about the delivery quest. For the master? At least I got a map for Bylewater. There's a place I haven't gone to. Oh my fuck you, dude! I'm gonna go, okay, here's where we're gonna go. We're gonna go all the way. We're gonna go all the way up here. I haven't been here. So I don't know what it is there. And I think that's might be where Chakra is. By the way, what? Oh, wait, I have Thief Mark. Have a fun. Why do you not do that? Have a fun. Which one did I have instead? I can have this one. I didn't have a third one, so that's good. Not bad being able to run fast. Gotta go fast. Yeah, but Silk is fine. Because I don't run that often. Oh yeah, I need to upgrade my gun! Wait. My gun? I need to upgrade my gun. I need to upgrade my weapon with the pale oil before I do this. Where do I upgrade it? Dodge this one. No, fan i kuken på din fitta, jävla horhelvete.
Adrenaline is high because...
Yeah, my adrenaline is very high. When I was at the end there, I was like, no way I'm actually making it this try. No.
I told you can get times.
We're in Belhart. Upgrade it. That's at the top, I think. Getting good boys, you actually have to walk everywhere. It does be fucked up if you killed good boy.
Benny Frank.
Zazama.
Time to deal. No! I'm poor, bro. I can't do shit. I don't want to know my grandma. Alright, gonna take good boy and we're gonna go to the top. We're gonna go to the Grand Bellway. The 𝗙𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗃, if you will. Anyways. For fun! Oh, but you can gain back the ones you lose, though. It's not the way. Oh yeah, I need to take the tube, but that's right. I need to take the tuba. Yeah, I'm gonna sit on the bench. Let's see how well I can do this farming. Why is there always a fucking weaver wherever I go? Bitch ass! Alright, we're gonna do that again, and again, and again, and again. Oh, I need to do the beads.
Oh, no.
Attend the Sentinel's request Hunter in Red. Meet in the halls high, the chamber of his fellows. I don't know what the fucking final audience is, but... Hell yeah. Fuck, I run into him. Okay, don't do that. Do you need to buy every item in the game to 100% it? Or are you fine with leaving these? Hello? Oh, I didn't sit on the bench. I'm like, why is it empty? What the fuck? Fuck yeah. Holy fuck! Woohoo! Yeah, I love this farming place. Honestly, after upgrading the needle like twice or thrice, it is a lot easier too. I killed them. It is very sad. Once you get the hang of it, it's like, you know, it's like, it's quite nice. It's quite nice. I'm so sorry, by the way. My voice is probably gonna have a lot of voice cracks coming up because my throat is fucked. And since I screamed so much today, which I wasn't supposed to do because I was gonna rest my voice, my voice might be even more fucked. Right, I'm fucking it? Alright, I'm fucking my throat right now. As we speak. I got food in the oven now. To my 𝗙𝗵𝗃 excuse, it was only $2.5 for the pizza. Wait, really? That's a very good price. For a whole pizza too? Opa. I love the sound of Hornet running, is really satisfying. He's like tapa 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 tapa. How much do I got now? I probably have enough, right? But if I farm a bit more, I could buy more decorations for my house, and that'd be kind of nice. I'm a 𝗙𝗶𝗃 då. Everything from the vendor and having like 10 strings of bead. Yeah, exactly. That how many do I have? 6 right now. I mean, you do lose 20 every time you buy a bead string, but it's worth it in the long run, I think. Hi, Fever. How you doing? Hi. Oh. Wait, you're saying I should buy all the shit from her? From everyone? But am I 100%ing the game though? I didn't sit down again. Oh my god, I'm pissed off. Bought it the release date, still only beat 4th chorus? You should! This is your sign. Silly. Okay, this is... I'm just gonna read. I looked at chat, okay? Yeah, I blame you guys. It's you guys. Listen, listen, listen. Listen, listen, listen. Oh yeah. This is why Crest of the Wanderer is the best crest. Hi, Sen. Oh my gosh, shut up. Well, that case, let me... Fuck, it'll be boring watching me farm though. That's like something I could do off stream. Like, I can buy all these items off stream instead. Let me just get enough now to buy my furniture. And, I have 10 now. 10 times 60 is what, 600? Plus 120, so a bit more. No, I didn't use the oil. Because I didn't have enough money, remember?
Have enough.
No, 10 times 60. Yeah, it's 600. And I want to buy the furniture too, so I need like over 1,000 at least. I need like 1,500-ish beads. Did I parry you? Hi, Gavatron. Oh. I have what? 720 plus 120. 840. I have 840 out of 1,500. Oof, it's gonna be a little while. Everyone just go take a shit and I'll be back. I'll be done once you're back from that. Ah! She's a pussy. He keeps like backing off for me. Remember you used to avoid these dudes, now you're farming them or seal is grown? That's right. That's right. Let me stroke my own ego. Can everyone write GG in chat? Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Ah!
You're doing good, really?
Hi, Kolok. I thought you finished that song. No, I didn't 100% it. Yeah, boy.
What the fuck?
How many crests do I have? Hunter, Reaper, Wonder, Beast, Witch. That's 5 if I can count.
Rolo.
Someone's snoring here. Sounds like me. I hate it. Thunderstorm just took out my internet for a bit. Shit, scary shit. Hi AJ, welcome in. What you missed, VG, is I told everyone to write GG in chat. Lowercase GG in chat. That's what you missed. Otherwise I've been farming. I was stroking my own ego a bit. Were you kidding me? A weaver again? Nay, fuck off. I'm not doing that. I like how everyone decided to go here to farm beads. Yeah, I've learned it from Eileen. It's quite easy to predict their patterns. Oh, okay, I should stop doing that. I'm bad. Hope you're doing good. Hi, DJ. Ah, I was looking at chat again! Ah! I gotta stop doing that. Stop distracting me! Stop distracting me! Shut up! I wasn't looking at the screen. Ah. Shut up, please. Yeah, how many we're at now? Now we're at, let's see. Sorry, we're too distracting. 18. 18 times 60 is what? Is someone good in math here? You are. No, you are. Stop it. 60 times 20. 1,200. So I'm on 1,100, yes? Oh wait, it's 60 per beat. I thought it was 50. Fuck. Okay, well then it's 180. Like 1080. 1080p, baby! Is that what you're watching me in right now? Do you see all the beautiful details of my existential dread? I did do it, thank you. Actually, that's a smarter way to think of it. Like, you round it up to 20 and then you minus the other. Damn, that was smooth as fuck. Parry their head, no balls? Alright. You got balls? Yeah, I do. Wait, what? Who said that? Imagine that one day we actually add a balls command. Can you believe that? The 18 is 10 plus... Okay, you're weird, DJ. I don't like your way of thinking of that. Wait, 20 is the cap? Squeak. Congrats on a 15, AJ! Jiggles your balls. That's funny. I'm gonna start doing things. No, I'm not. I said I'm not gonna do that on stream. I'm gonna buy the furniture and the oil today. Nej, kukens fan I helvetes kuk! Sorry. I'm proud to say I have not missed a stream since I follow. Really? That's awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I ran into a wall. Let's time them out for 2 weeks. That'd be fucked up. That's fucked up. Wait, no way. DJ and Eileen said the same thing at the same time. You guys wrote that like with no, like that was like pre-planned shit. What the fuck? Cute. Yeah, imagine sticking your dick into someone's pee-pee hole. And then extending their pee-pee hole. If people can fit a fucking apple in there, then... You wanna lurk for a bit? Yeah, I appreciate the lurk. There's art for that? I'm sure. I see animations, that's crazy. Ultimate docking experience. Ah. Hey, you can't just call me a bottom and go lurk. That's fucked.
Bobo, yeah.
What the fuck, Sophie?
Polyamor?
Blue. You can fucking choose color. No fucking way they made this into The Sims. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her.
Little slim.
She hit the floor. Next day you know, shutting got low. More green, you're colorblind. No.
Bobo, yeah.
I got a fucking desk, bro. What just got blue? Your balls. It's on sale for $2.5. Would you say it's worth it? Let's check. I mean, it looks like an Ite pizza. Okay, for $2.5, I feel like it's worth the money for this pizza. I feel like this is definitely a steal for this pizza, for the whole pizza. Okay, I mean, for $2.5, normally a pizza would be like at least like $9, you know? It is a frozen pizza. What is the normal price of a frozen pizza? Let me check. Ica Maxi. Fryspizza. Let's see, what is a normal, like, grandiosa? Do grandiosa with cheese on it. Margarita? Okay, it's like $4 usually. It's like $4 usually. But yeah, no, but from a pizzeria they make it from scratch though. That's like different than buying a frozen pizza. He is polishing his stuff. Yeah. He's gonna polish my stuff now. Like, grinding it. Oh, ew, actually, wait.
𝗙𝗪𝗃.
What? Alright.
Da, fenestra.
𝗙𝗪𝗪.
Thank you. Why not on it? Maybe it gives it extra like lube. Maybe it's like lubing up your weapon, you know? Maybe it's good for the weapon? I don't know. Okay, you ready to see my home? Look, it's blue! It's blue! Oh my god, this is pretty. Hello, the door is calling me. Alright, I have made a deal with the devil, everybody, and I need you to listen up. I made a deal with the devil. So Eileen said it, if I complete this game, I get sushi. Well, she said I need to promise to complete it. And I get sushi today, because it's Saturday. And if I break it, I don't get sushi for 3 months.
No.
Till the end of the year, my bad. It's even worse. Till the end of the year.
No kind of homemade. No. I have to prove.
I will do it as soon as possible. I will grind this shit. We're gonna complete Silksong, yo. What do you mean that's kind of not fair? What do you mean? What is not fair? I break the promise, I get punishment. Did Jenny say yo? I did say yo. I break the promise, Eileen closes the Project Zomboid server. That'd be fucked. So if you don't mind, I will eat my food right now. Wait, Eileen, that's even better. That's even better, Eileen. If you break the promise, no RDR2. I've been wanting to play it for so long. Alright, so if I break the promise, I don't get sushi until next year. And I don't get to play RDR2. That's crazy. That's crazy. What you having? I have California rolls. California rolls. I'm forgetting. Daisy Dukes. Penis on top. Oh, oh. You can unpause Blob and CI. Thank you. Same with the other hi I'm here command. You can also do that. What do you mean the RDR2 isn't a good game? What the fuck? You got them California chin rolls? Okay, what the fuck? Bro just called me fat. The story's ass?
So this says, can you call Jenny stinky? Jenny? Certified stinky. She tries to blame me, but my fur's fresher than her mouse pad. Don't worry, D-Gens, stinky's her natural buff, it confuses enemies. Now toss subs for air freshener, yeah?
I can't afford an air freshener. Please pay for it. Okay, hold up. Dude, the story is good. What don't you like about the story in RDR2? It even follows up into RDR1, actually. Which I want to play after it. I think I cried the first time I played RDR. Honestly, the best part about RDR is like the shooting horses and stuff. Not shooting horses, but shooting and horses. Oh. Alright, we're gonna stare at each other while we eat, okay? Wait, is that really it, Onyx? Onyx says, RDR2 was when I decided to stick around long term, so it holds a special place in my heart. Do you guys remember what game or what I was doing when you decided to stick around? And you were like, yeah, I like this stream. Well, I hope you fucking like it here. Valorant. Oof. Dude, if someone says League of Legends, I'm gonna fucking cry. Alien Isolation, the part where 2 aliens appeared right before you got taken into the alien nest. Oh, damn! Do you guys remember? I think I'm in Stockholm syndrome into staying here. Ah, okay. It was a fucking accident? Really? Oh, yeah, because of the gifted sub, right? I think I joined when you were playing God of War and I like the streams that stuck around. Now you can't get rid of me? Ah, that's cute though. Must play League till the end of the year? That's not a punishment. What the fuck? Yeah, actually, DJ is the reason I played God of War, I think so. I think it was a big inspiration. I blame Marisha here. I mean, fair enough. You were in your War Thunder period? But I have never played War Thunder though, so what did I play? Must play League until the end of the year with drunk Sobi. Okay, yeah, no, that's where I fucking rage quit. Evil Within? I have not played Evil Within yet. I don't even know why I'm staying. It's like an E-tier stream. What? What the fuck? Honestly, keep hating Kanin. Thank you. Yeah, Kanin. It's F tier at most. Shut up. I think it started with your stream. I was in that because I was watching others too. Fun fact, my first clip of you is doing a smash of 𝗙𝗵 Pokemon. Oh shit! Hi Green Phoenix! Oh, look at that clip, bro. I'm looking at furries. What? Back from lurking a bit. I think your stream is S tier at lowest. Aw, thank you, Lilac. That's crazy. The world is small, Onyx, and I can't believe you're like one of my closest friends now. I mean, ew! Can't I be cute? I think the time I stuck around with oh, I started with Elden Ring! That was a long time ago. I'm all followed a long time ago while on Twitter because 𝗙cie_𝗹𝗹𝗀, but I haven't caught a stream until the clip dubbing one recently. Ah! Did you have fun watching that? It was hilarious. We were gonna do more today, but we're both feeling like under the weather. So we're probably maybe gonna push it till tomorrow and see how we feel then. I think both me and Eileen are getting a cold, sadly. Yes. I appreciate it though, thank you. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay. We also have a Discord, by the way. Wink, 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 wink. Wink, 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 wink. Put a jacket on. Alright, buddy. The double fucking command is crazy. The bot like timed it with your command. I'm making a midnight snack of yakisoba and sandwiches. Yakisoba is so fucking good though. Actually, while I'm eating, I'm just gonna... Don't I have like an eating sticker? Yeah, okay, there we go. You guys can see that I'm eating now on my forehead. I remember watching Sons of the Forest for like 5 minutes and thinking you were playing with Tad and your boyfriend. Turns out it was Eileen. Dude, people might think that Eileen is a dude because she has a bit of a deeper voice. And don't worry, if you think that, you're not the first person, okay? So don't feel too bad if you get corrected, you know? But no, Eileen is a girl. I can confirm. I mean, I think a lot of people have made that mistake because, well, it's hard to tell based off of a voice. It could be, you know, like, I could be a dude with a really light voice too, you know that, right? What do you mean could be? Don't feel too bad about misgendering and Dean happens all the time. It's not like it hurts every time it happens. In the start, I might have thought Eileen was a dude, but I'll be honest, I don't remember. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I usually always say they to everybody, because I don't want to misgender somebody, you know? And if I know what they are, then or what their pronouns are, then I'll use that, you know? You smell too much of dank fish to be a dude? What? I don't smell like fish. So hi for your letter to your 𝗙𝗆ci, Eileen. It's not gonna be to Eileen. I do love Eileen, but that's different. There's time to start my transition arc into a man just so you guys are less confused in life. Holy shit. Dude, Eileen would top you all. We all know VTubers are just men in disguise. Yeah, girl means guy in real life. You know that, right? Don't ever trust anybody who says they're a girl. I'm not even joking, Eileen. Tommy has that as his status and it's fucking cringe as fuck. He has it as his fucking bio. He's like, if your pronouns are she, them, can I she, them titties? That's Kami's status. Fucking cringe as fuck, dude. He's very proud of it. Kami got it from you? What is say random thought at 5 AM then? Why does Kami claim it for himself?
Little branch underscore says, what is Jenny's love life compared to her nails? Dahem. Jenny's love life is like her nails, short, chipped, and only noticed when it breaks. At least her nails don't ghost her mid-game. Oof, tough world, degens.
Alright, Bobbins, you have no fucking clue apparently. I get more pussy than you do, Blevins. Yeah, that's right, bitch ass. That's your son? So? Imagine telling your son you get more pussy than him. And then I just imagine that's like a typical dad thing to do. I feel like that could be a typical dad thing to do. If you have a really good like relationship with your dad, I feel like that could be something that a dad would say. Like, oh, I get more pussy than you do. Son, I'm stuck with your angry ass mother still. I get more pussy than you do. Who the fuck even looks at Discord profiles? I do. They can be aesthetically pleasing. I'm a stalker? I barely know. It's so bad. It's so bad. Change my profile? Wait, you did? I fucking bullied you into changing your profile. I fucking bullied him into changing his profile. I'm a nice streamer. I'm gonna get a fucking Google Doc on my ass, dude. You removed the fucking emote, Kami. Oh, because you don't have Nitro anymore. Hi, Galloway. How you doing? Alright, you wanna see? This is Kami's profile now. Just a boring bio. Fuck you, Jenny. Not me? Okay, what the fuck? What does yours say? You're not even online, motherfucker! I need to find you! 𝗙𝗀𝗋𝗋.
What did you say it like?
𝗙𝗀𝗋𝗋. Hi, Klogan! 𝗙𝗀𝗋𝗋. What the fucking... What is it called? Enyata? What is it called? The piñata? What is it called when you have like the squiggly line over the N? Señor 𝗙𝗀𝗋𝗋 España? No, Enya! Yeah. Enya. Onyx. You should... yeah. The Spanish N is called Enya. I literally just... Oh my god, that's fantastic. You're not 𝗙𝗀𝗋𝗋. I need to find your ass. Fuck. Are you online now? No, you're not online. You didn't put on your PC to lurk on my stream when you left for work? I can't believe you. My mod, by the way. Alright, let's see him. Oh, Onyx, I think you need to be online for me to see your bio, unless you don't have a bio. Because when you're offline, it doesn't show your bio, I think. You know how much... Dude, you sound like my dad and Broccoli. My dad would get so pissy of me if I ever left my PC on for more than, like, necessary. Like, he would blame the entire electrical bill on my ass. Entirely. But meanwhile, he has, like, 500 fucking lamps on in the house. And his fucking fan and AC and whatever. And he's like, nope, it's Jenny's fault. It's Jenny's fault. Her and her fucking PC. Fucking young people always on their phones type shit. You know? Onyx, you have nothing in your bio. He does? No, I don't see it. Send me a picture of it. I swear to fucking God, why does everyone keep calling me fucking British? Hi Richard, welcome in. Ask him to pull up an invoice from before and after you got to be. Yeah, true. I should have done that. I should be like, oh, how's the electricity bill now, huh? When I moved away, huh? I sent you. Okay, wait. That's his fucking status, not his bio. I know he does have a. He has a fucking boomer quote in his bio. Do you wanna know why? Because it says this, okay? The devil knows a lot, not because he is the devil, because of his age. So Onyx is fucking copium with his fucking age by saying, I'm so wise because of my age. Not because I am old. You know, like, I don't fucking know. Hi, Doc. True. I could be called French. That would be pretty bad, I think. I'm not French, you know? Actually. My dad might be French, but I'm not French. Bro! I see your Discord profile! What do you want me to look at, motherfucker? Now you're pissing me off! What do you want me to look at? Oh, okay. Okay, my bad, Grandpa. Hold up. He needs his medicine. I'm sorry.
Little
I'm sorry, everybody.
says, can you tell Ginny it's time to graduate? She's past her prime.
I did see, but I didn't know that's what you were referring to.
Your prime left the server 2 patches ago. Don't worry. Retirement means more snacks for me. Degens, press F for Ginny's late career.
He's telling me to fucking graduate! He's fucking telling me to quit right now! What? Alright, says Onyx will cry if I don't show this. He/he, because I identify as funny. Thank you, John Funny Man. You're very funny, Onyx. My fucking Tamagotchi is screaming at me. Now moonwalk? Yeah, can you moonwalk? I need to go to the bathroom after this, by the way. What is so annoying? Okay, I want to play my Tamagotchi on the toilet. I'm gonna be right back. Alright. Please listen to 𝗙𝗆 OST.
Hallå?
If Jenny really breathe... Wait, breathe in Discord? Breathe the... breathe in Discord. Okay, I don't know. The thing is, right? I think it was one of the new updates where you can either you need to enable it or you need to disable it, but if you're friends with someone, you'll get notification when they change their status. And I think it's the thing you have to enable or it's the thing you have to disable.
Hello.
Oh yeah, I need to eat my my seaweed salad and then I'm done. You know, I also get notifications from it. No, definitely, it does help me too if someone joins VC. But I only get the as a notification on my phone, however. Never on the PC. Yeah, I don't have any. I mean, I'm on Do Not Disturb most of the time, or I don't think I have it, notifications enabled for Discord overall on PC. Dude, this looks slimy as fuck, but I promise it's good. Look at this. Look at this. It looks slimy as fuck, but it's really, really good. It's super crunchy. Did the Grinch just bust in your food? What the fuck? Don't call it green tapeworms! Ew! What the fuck, Juke? I'm eating them still, you know? Mmm, protein. It's really good though. It's like crunchy. It's crunchy and wet. I'm gagging at my tapeworms. Okay, I'm done. I'm done now. I'm sorry. Ew, I got it in my hair. Ew. Oh. Anyways. Hell yeah. You're supposed to moan? Dude, do you tell me every time you guys open like a beer can, do you moan after it? Like you're out with the boys and shit, you crack open a cold one and you just... Oh. After that.
Yes, yes, yes.
I mean, I might have missed something here. My bad. You don't moan with the homies. Weird. Oh man. Maybe I'm not one of the boys. I thought I was one of the boys. Am I an honorary boy after that? Thank you. Even Eileen went, nice. Like, Eileen, if you've been there for a while, you know Eileen always says ew after every time someone burps. But if it's actually a nice burp, she will say nice to it. Oh, was it actually nice? No, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Can someone clip that shit? I would need to hear it after stream. I'm so sorry. That was the type of burp that when you finish your food and you've like got a soda or whatever and you combine those two, that's that. Holy fuck. Sorry, that killed me. That's the first time in a while I've gotten a 10 out of 10. That's what you gotta, you can't just burp all the time, you know? You gotta save those like really good ones for these moments. Alright, so we have to excuse me? Alright. We have to go here. We're gonna sit down on this bench. We're not here to kill them this time. Ah, fuck, I forgot to have the thief tool on. Shit, that means I do need to kill them. I'm tracking! There's a quest! It's okay, I need to track. It's one of the quests I got. I need to track something. Oh, bad. I need to get rid of the freaking... There we go. Here I can track, look. Hi. Fuck, I don't know where she went now. Wait, Discord is broken? Oh, he's reacting to the fact that Oh, it's the guy I rescued! It's the fucking guy I rescued! The dancers, they were the last free act on my... Wait, cool, look, does that mean you can see the vertical stream? I have a special vertical stream for mobile. You don't? You can toggle it between horizontal and vertical and mobile, I believe. They were last reactive, but yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Ah, if you're an iPad, I don't know if that has vertical mode.
Yanara.
iPad kid. Always watching. Always watching. Hi, Naros. Oh, if I see vertical, then again I just have regular phone. Yeah! But it's nice though, it's a cleaner outfit. Hi! Oh! Is it not down here? Where the fuck does it go? Oh. That's why. Okay. Hello? Don't tell me it's a fucking boss. I thought I was answering your summons as a friend or at least an ally, but now that we stand together as place, I can sense your intent. You mean to raise your blades against me? Am I your enemy then? You believe me haunted, a slave to the pale threads? I think you're more perceptive than that. My silk is my own, as is my will. I'm sure. In the Sentinel, both haunted. Innocent. Oh boy, it's a fight. Hi! Alright, well that went really well. Hi, Hinata. How far am I? I could have sat down at the bench right next to it. Fucking kuk också. Danish person? A what? Call me Danish one more time, I fucking dare you. Spice Corp, okay. So aggressive, little Dane? Okay, I'm gonna call you Danish shoe then. Oh no! Ah! Wait, another one, I forgot about him. Well, so where's the bench then? Question, yeah, what's up? What up, what up, what up? Is Swedish a Germanic originated language? Yes! It is, right? Yeah, it is. Hi, Dixie! Oh, shoot! Men jag är dum i huvudet! She's hard! No! I'm dead. How did I dodge the X? I can parry the X! I can parry the X! Yes, yes, yes! I should parry the X. I'm gonna parry the X. I know how to parry. Okay. Ooh, being social. Ew. My parents are very social people, and so they would bring like home guests like so fucking often when I lived at home. And it'd be so fucking annoying because you know your parents, like they're gonna be come out here and be social, you know, all the time. That is very fucking annoying. Parry the X? Yes. Okay, that didn't go well. I'm bad, I'm bad. Okay, bullshit. No! No, I always fuck up with that. Ah. Oh shit! Next. Actually, what the fuck is my ability? Hold up. I can only have one. I don't know what would be best in this situation, actually. I might do 𝗙𝗆. What is the time even? 8:24 already! She has so much fucking HP, dude. Please let that be it. Please let that be it. I got the flow at the end there.
You finished?
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I respect nothing less of a true guardian. Stop. Thank you. Ooh, reserve bind. What is that? Hornet Artifact of a citadel able to hold a bind's worth of silk used when healing is needed and when natural resources is low. Oh. Yay! Alright. We're done with another quest. Now we need to... I want to do this quest. This quest I'm actually really interested in. I need to search in Bylewater for chakra. Actually, should I show the fucking awesome Hollow Knight cosplays that I saw at Narcon? Hold up. Because I did show them before, but I wasn't playing Silksong at the time. Let me just get them real quick. La la la. Alright, no. Alright. Fair warning, there is flesh tuber involved, so watch out. Scary stuff. But look at this. Okay. This is Hornet and a Chakra cosplay and me, but but these cosplays were so fucking cool. Actually, the person on the left is the one we're gonna look for right now. This is Chakra. It'll be like Chakra and Hornet together. There was really fucking good cosplay. Really, really good. Alright, I need to go to Bylewater. Wait, I'm dumb. I'm supposed to go here. Hello, Idol. Thank you for the love it here. As you thanks. Hope you're doing good. Here he is. We need to go to Bylewater. This is a disgusting place. It should not exist, and it's one of the worst places in this game, and I fucking hate it. But I have an idea where she is. It's time to find Chakra. Fuck! Ignore that. We need to go all the way up to the top. So this is gonna be a pain in the fucking ass. I haven't even defeated the boss that's here in Bylewater, by the way. That fucking guy needs to die. The music in Bylewater always reminds me of Little Nightmares. Can I climb all the way up? I can, right? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Oh, I need to watch out for the spitters! Ay! Friend. She went here. I forgot they actually deal damage. I thought they were just peaceful creatures. No, I lost the track! No! No! Where is it? This is a bench up here, though. I haven't been here for a bench, have I? Where the fuck did the track go? Do I need to go back and try that again? La la la. My fucking luck. Can I do that again? This way! She went this way! Ow. No, stop it, stop it, stop, stop! I'm so sad. I need to go all the way back up. I'm so sad. I'm not sad. I'm gonna do this. Don't worry about it. Watch this. Skill. Pure skill. Pure fucking skill. Oh, this guy, I'm gonna kill him. I went the wrong way. How the fuck do I get up there? Oh, this way. Okay. Bella song is. Oh, I love that song. Okay, this way. And then up. Where the fuck is she going? No. That's so fucked. Wait, I'm gonna go back. I know there's a fucking bench here, probably.
Isn't there a bench here? Why isn't there a bench here? Where's a bench? Okay. I don't know if there's a bench here. I might die here and I might need to run all the way back again. I'm scared. Okay, well that's nice. Where the fuck am I? Chakra! I made it! Oh my god! One is good, but two is best. This is such a pretty place! Here's on my tribe, here she lies. I called her master. Oh, she's dead? Ended by age, my tribe would call that shame, but I see only strength unbeaten. I mean, if you die of natural causes in this fucking world, it's pretty good. Even if Shell betrayed her, she walked this kingdom's breath. It was her trail followed that allowed me to share witness to his dignity. Hornet-wielding needle, you too have journeyed these many paths. As my master before us, join me now in her song sending. It is time for her soul to walk beyond her shell. That was beautiful!
Yes.
For the shared moment, I shall have you accept a gift once I believed I would never pass. You would take these rings? Oh! Throwing ring? You got her fucking throwing rings! No way! This is a pretty place, actually. Wow. I can see why that would happen, Kolak. I was so afraid there's gonna be some fucking monster here, but I'm so happy there wasn't.
But I need to make my way back without dying, though. Men bajs på dig! Oj, oj, oj. Okej. Aj, aj, aj. 𝗙𝗆𝗨. 𝗙𝗆𝗨. La, 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 la. Ah. Ah! Ah! No! I'm cursed. Get out! Get out! Get out! Quickly! 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 I have 1 HP in a dream, everybody. Someone as much as like tickles me and I'm dead. I almost died there. Oh, what am I doing? I'm throwing. I'm fucking throwing. I'm stressed. Okay, calm down, calm down, calm down. There's a fucking bench here and I've never discovered it, I think. Apparently there's not a bench here and I've been pranked. I've been absolutely pranked. What boss fight made you rage the most? Ooh, I don't know though. That's a good fucking question. Ah! The thorns. The thorns, Kolok. I'm not going back for that. I can farm that back in like a second. I'm not going all the way back up there. No fucking way. I missed a way! I missed 2 ways! I need to go back up there! I missed 2 ways! Look! I missed here and here. I am so sad. I don't fucking know. Honestly, I think the boss that made me reach the most is the buggy face. I don't remember what it's called, but it's a bug. Eileen, I'm gonna get a cold with... I'm freezing by myself. I'm sorry, I'm a bit... My nose is a bit stuffed right now because I've been sitting in cold and I'm shivering. I'm so cold. I need heat. Yellow. Some people would really love to have my the cold we have here right now. You sound like a sad orphan child. Shut up! That's 𝗙𝗃 It is me. Yeah, like Philippines. You have. I've learned that in the Philippines you have summer and you have hot summer. Like that's the two seasons you have. Typhoon weather. That's all. You have summer, hot summer, and typhoon weather. Please, mister, can I have some sad soup to warm up my icy cold bones? Please, sir. Only 5 subs, sir. Please, only 5 subs. To warm my bones. I'm becoming a voice actor? Thank you. I know. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going. Where am I? Where am I? Oh. Bouncing on it, Dayo. Crazy style, Dayo. Bounce on it. Need to go all the way up again. Sound like someone stepped on a dog there. Hi. Oh. Hur kröp den in om den är död? Oh. It's kind of funny actually. And he was like, oh no. And I was like, wait, what? What's happening? She's just like, there was a really big spider and it just crawled in here, but it's dead. I'm like, how did it crawl in if it's dead? She's like, well, it crawled in and then I splatted it, so now it's dead. Let's see, I need to go all the way to the other side here. Yeah! Bitch ass! No, no one has dropped the entire stream. I think. I forgot about it too on my braille. I didn't go in here. I don't know what this is. I'm afraid I'm gonna hit the boss here though.
I? What am I doing? Ew, there's worms here. Oh, what?
Sorry.
Hate this place. It's so ass. Whoever thought of this had a really bad day. They had a really fucking bad day. And they were just like, I'm gonna take off all my anger. All my fucking anger. Having fun. Now I fucking hate bile water. That's true. Yeah, you should mark down 5.24.
No.
I mean, I haven't been playing for that long either because I yapped until we were around like 2 hours. And then I did the fucking delivery quest for like an hour. And I didn't die during that, I just relogged. You know. Isn't that bad? And since you know the game, you kind of know what points I could have died in. Then it's easier to skim through as well. Like, why isn't there a bench closer? Why are they masochistic like this, you know? Or sadistic? It's not even masochistic, it's sadistic. They're fucking sadist, bro. No, I didn't die. No, I didn't die. Anyway, I just relogged, that's what I said. I think it's been 3 to 4 times. I mean, you don't need to look through the entire vault for us. Like, come on. That's a bit ridiculous, I think. So just start counting them from now, and then just add like an extra like 4 or something like that. Like, we'll round it up just to make it fair. So just do the command 4 times, bro. I believe in you. Is this the way? No, it's not. How else will he learn? No. about it. I almost fell down and that would have been bad. Bad, I tell you. I don't get how you guys stand to listen to my voice, because I get annoyed listening to my own voice. Ow! I got hit by that. This way? Yeah. Dude, no fucking way I get hit by that. I feel like most people hate their own voice. I think that's true. There's probably some egotistic motherfucker on there that's like, I fucking love my voice, bro. I fucking love it. You know? Yeah, just do it 4 times, Silk, yeah. Then you should be good. Then you just do it from now on. I need to farm fucking Silk from these. I'm getting stressed about this place. I'm stressed. I'm stressed. I'm stressed. I'm stressed. What do I do? One more, I can have my weekend back? Hell yeah! At least you get to go back a bit earlier. I'm gonna watch the second Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse movie tonight. I'm excited! I'll let you guys know what I think about it tomorrow. Tomorrow's Seal Sunday! Which means we're gonna have community night in Discord. And we're also gonna have... What else are we gonna have? We might do the dubbing the scenes, and we might also do... I don't know, we're probably gonna continue Silksong because I need to finish it as soon as possible now. I made a pact with the devil. Here we go. Oh, I forgot that hurts. Okay, in game. He fucking did it himself! I don't know if you saw, but he fucking killed himself. What?! One of the most annoying bosses in the game, Eileen says. Alright, well, good stream, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Dude. Marijuana! Marijuana! Cheddar cheese and veg bread? Oh shit. Oh yeah. Did you guys see the new emotes that we gotten today? We have 𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗀 and we also have despair as a new emote. Don't forget the mlem, it's so fucking cute. Very cute. Very, very cute. Penis butter. Ew, no, it's cheddar cheese. It's cheddar because it's cheddar penis because you can grow cheese in there. I hated Grill. Well, I've heard that he's the one of the most annoying bosses in this fucking game. So I am not that excited right now to unpause the game. I honestly don't feel like unpausing the game at all. Yo, Phillips! I just saw you have the 𝗙ecie_𝗶𝗴 badge. You knocked 𝗙𝗵𝗃 and 𝗏𝗏𝗡 off the leaderboard. Don't forget, there's 9 days left until the top supporter event ends. We get the 𝗙cie_𝗶𝗴 badge. Well, the top 5 people get the 𝗙cie_𝗶𝗴 badge. I can easily get it back. Alright, prove it then, Grandpa. But he's gonna be like, I can easily get it back, but who said I wanted it? Or something like that, you know, something cocky. Exactly! I knew it! I fucking knew it! I'm gonna die. Alright, he throws... 4? 4? He fucking ate me? He fucking ate me! Dude, I don't want to go back up there. Like, I want to just quit the game now. Can I quit the game? How do I get the fucking bench closer? I fucking hate that I have to run all the way back.
Oh, that's what...
There is a bench because I know there's a bench. It's in the middle. It's by the boss. We're sub 9 hours left. It might end tomorrow. I don't think DJ's here. DJ! I'm checking your... Wait, I'm gonna check. Silksong interactive map. This is a shitty one though. Here. Yeah, here. How How the fuck do you get up there? Down there. Like here?
Yeah.
Ah.
That's the way up.
Holy moly. Okay, so I need to go here to the right and then swim down here. Okay. So there's a secret bench apparently, so you don't have to make this entire trip the whole time, or every time, I mean. So I'm gonna take that bench right now. I remember my brother was raging about the Bywater boss because he had to run all the way back all the time. So... But then he did find the bench himself. Or he googled it, I don't know.
Got it.
Oh, you did it without the bench too? That's rough. Oh, 7 for you, Frost. That's rough. Alright. Alright. Oh, what was that? That was horrible. Men skämtar du med mig? Alright, we can do this. Don't forget to claim your daily fish, holy moly. Okay, let's see, we have to go this way. I'm gonna have the trolls here. Honestly, these fucking Bywater monsters remind me of DJ. Because they troll all the fucking time. They're like, and then they go down in the water again. These guys. In here? Fuck, it's not here. But no shit, Dale. Yay! Woo! Ew, there's bodies here. We got the bench closer. Now we don't need to run all the way. That's epic sauce. Ew, I will never say that again. I'm sorry. Actually, no. Epic sauce is a good word. I should take it back. I will say it. You know what? I will say it. What's gonna stop me? But I still need to go to the left to take the way out, because otherwise I will definitely step in the water. least you didn't have to expect, like, defeat some boss to be here. Your shelters or hate this forever? God damn, bro. I love that! Okay. This is a great start, dude. Okay. The fact that I need to go all the way around still is such an annoying fact. Woo! I almost fell there. Hello. Wait, Frost, did you do it 4 times? Did I miss that? Hi JJ, how you doing? 5? Okay, you did it, okay. There was nothing back here, just fucking... I don't like this boss, I don't like that it can suck you like that. How's Jenny's song going? Pretty good. We progressed quite a bit today actually, I'm very proud of that. But we're about to face the Bywater boss for the 2nd time, and he's quite annoying. I did complete the delivery. I did it by myself even. I'm very proud of it. Yeah, yeah. I'm very, very proud of it. I did that, and then I did the other boss. I don't know what the fuck she's called, but I did another boss, and then I'm now fixing Bywater by defeating the boss here. I don't even know if I have to. I don't think it's a quest, is it? Or maybe it is and I haven't picked it up and I'll complete when I pick it up. Because right now I don't have any side quests. Well, you could take a hit, but it was like a timer, and every time you took a hit, it would then make the timer go down even further than it normally would. So basically, you could take a maximum of 3 hits, and that would bring it pretty close. And then you needed to bring it from... Let me show the way you needed to bring it. Hold up. This is the way you need to go. Bring it from point A to point B. Pretty fucking rough. Yeah, that quest is a normal Hollow Knight. That's with the flower. It was really difficult. It took a few tries, and then Eileen tried as well but apparently she was failing on purpose just for the fact that she believed in me doing it, you know? Which was kind of cute. But she told me afterwards she failed on purpose just to make me, like, more motivated, I guess? I don't know. I mean, it did work. Yeah, true. After I took over again, I did it first try or second try or something like that. And now I'm trying to defeat this Bilewater boss. Okay. I'm seeing people having issues with the fact that their model is lagging while they're playing a game and stuff, and I'm just like, I've been there, bro. I am so happy I have 2 PCs now. I don't ever have to worry about that again. Thank you! No, I felt really good. I screamed out of happiness. Hello? Oh shit, Lula's... Wait, hold up. Stängde mina? Tog den på soporna! Jävla fucking tvättbjörn alltså! Hon, jag ser mat. Det är bara en jävla tjockis. Vad gör du? Va? Sorry. Did I hear wet? No, you're a tvättbjörn, which means raccoon in Swedish. It translates directly to washing bear. Or washer bear, I guess. Yes, I can, Shiro, I can. The funny thing is, though, Lula fucking took out one of my chopsticks that I had thrown away in the trash. She took it out of the trash and then started playing with it. That's why I called her a fucking raccoon, because she goes around in the trash. Va? Är du jobbig? Du är jättejobbig. Wait, I might be able to have Lulu cam on the chair. I never thought about this. Wait. We can have Lulu cam on the chair. I never thought about this. Alright, you guys get Lulu cam on the chair now. I never thought about this, that I could actually point the camera on the chair. Ah! Dude, if she turns around and fucking shits on the chair, I don't know what I'll do. Dude, you're gonna fall, bro. What are you doing? Shit. She was past that bad, bro. Then you're gonna fall off like liquid. Arrgh! 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 I am patting her. Look at her. She wants to be pat on the head. She doesn't like being pat on her stomach. Oh jävlar! Ah! I'm being attacked by a vicious monster. Help me! Look at her. She fucking. She like with her head. Yeah. She's so lovely. She fucking like slam dunks the chair. Du kollar på mig. Eller? Come on. Yeah, you want the head, but yeah, you do. I love how she slam dunks the chair. Wait, is it you to my nails? Excuse me? My nails are pink and yellow. Akilula. She acts like she's dying. She's acting like she's dying without head pats. Like she's like, Mom, pat me! Pat me, Mom! Yeah, they're pink and yellow. Summer colors. She gets annoyed when you stop petting her. At the puss. Yeah. Hello, Svantir. You know pink on those? Well... That was my shirt. Look. You see the pink glitter? Alright, now go back. I don't see pink. Ah, okay. It's not golden, it's pink. You can see it in real life. Gotta be golden. Oh, I wanna get. Let me see if I can take a picture of them, maybe. But yeah, no, they're pink and yellow. In real life, at least. I'm not allowed to stop petting Lulu. What do I do? Lulu, you can't bite just because you want to. Stop it. Lulu. No. Bite back. I do usually do that actually.
Hi, Tuka. Good evening. How you doing?
Okay, you fine now, or you need more head pads? A lot of cats love when you massage their ears, actually. Like this. Lulu fucking loves it. That and also like above their nose. Like if you pet there, they love it too. Or scratch there. Alright, well, enjoy Lulu Cam as long as she stays there. I forgot that I could literally just turn my camera and have Lulu Cam on. It's great. What's about the eyebrows? Lulu! It does! I think that's where their eyebrows go. It's a bit too big. Hold up. I wonder if a heart rate monitor would work on a cat. Like if you would put the watch on her paw. Do you think it would feel the pulse? Tired? How about you? I like it. I'm about to face a boss actually. Do I need to redo the whole fucking boss room every time? Is that gonna be that annoying? Well, it's Silksong, so it's gonna be that annoying. She has big fucking whiskers. Oh, come on, Lulu! Just when I figured it out, you're gonna go eat? You fat ass. They're huge, they are. Remember, everybody, if you want a cat and it's your first time owning a cat, never ever cut their whiskers or their eyebrows, because they use them to touch things and sense things. It's like part of their tool. Also, hi, Tret. So very important. Bah. Kod. Do not the tail. What? They like gamer. Can you fly? Apparently I can. Yeah, they can also yeah, exactly. They can also determine if they fit through things with the whiskers. That's why, even though Lulu's whiskers are so fucking long, I will never cut them off. She has huge eyebrows as well, actually. Great, Ed. I do need to do the whole thing again. cold before shaving my cat bald.
Ah! They fell down in the fucking disgusting water! Hi, Patrick! No! Ah. Okay, calm. Just calm! Du skämtar med mig, jag kommer fucking dö igen! I have 2 HP in a dream. I have 2 HP in a dream for fucking boss! Ah!
Something about Jenny being jumped. That is not fair. He's gonna Kirby suck me. I don't know how his fucking stuff works. I ate that. I fucking ate that, bro. Alright. Well, 3rd time's the charm, eh? Right? Third time's the charm. I'm okay. Aideen apparently advertised using code Jenny for 10% off gamer subs in her guild chat. W alien. Hi Marco! Are you even a gamer? I don't know, man. I'm starting to think I'm washed. I'm washed. Hi! How you doing? Oh lord. I am silking it. I'm trying to 100% it, but my getting bullied. You jävla kuk på dig. Where does 𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 even come from, actually? The 5 minutes I can still study? That's good. Actually, Margo, you were Italian, right? We were speaking about earlier how to pronounce spaghetti bolognese, right? So then I googled it and we're talking around, and apparently in Italian you're supposed to pronounce it like spaghetti bolognese or something like that, you know? I had to do the hand when I did that. Bolognese. Wait, what? Oh, that's where it comes from. Yeah. See, the swimming pool though. Red light, green light. Dude, when Squid Game just came out and everyone was like playing it, I played fucking Squid Game on Roblox. Dude, I was determined to fucking win. Alright. Here we go again. Du skämtar din fucking fluga! Here comes the bus! Yeah, I mean, okay, this is the cost of having the bunny outfit on. I cannot have Thunder Times Redeem on because there is way too many hips and way too many puss down there to show it up close. Pause. I need to try a thing. I need to try a fucking thing right now. I need to hide myself. Hold up. Very important. I have an idea. Let me cook. Am I dumb? Yes, don't answer that.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
No.
Yes, yes, yes.
Ow! Okay, are we ready?
Yes, yes, yes.
So I wanted to see how it would look like if I haven't seen this before. But usually I always have a jacket on. When I have the bunny, right? But look, I can take it off. I feel very naked now, though. Wait, it just needs to be looked at. Wait, hold up. It was pretty cool. Yep. Okay, that's enough. Hey. On with the jacket. I like the jacket. The jacket is cute. I've never hated a boss like girl. I've heard you're the third person that says so, and I'm like, I get you, bro. Oh, booba. Ludo's back on the chair! Yippee! Look at the Lulu perceive her. She's back! She yippee. Oh, she big yippee. Look at her, she big yippee. She hanging with her feet off the chair. It's so cute. My watch fucking go off. Okay, you know what? Spaghetti alla bolognese has to be pronounced like the A as ah! Spaghetti alla bolognese! Ah! Is that it? Did I do it? Thank you. Appreciate it. Holy shit, Frost! You're officially no longer a trial mode. When did that happen? I missed it. Frost is officially a mod. Everyone, congratulations to Frost for passing the mod trial. Woo! Clap, everyone! I haven't done an official announcement on stream. Hello? Yippee! Alright, I gotta stop stalling and actually do the boss. You're kidding me, right? I'm not doing this boss. There's no way I'm doing this boss. I went into him. I didn't know I could ask for mod application. I don't know if there's. I don't think they're still open. I'm not entirely sure to ask Gamin about that, but. Why not? Okay, well, you got your answer. I think the link for it is in the Discord. Where the fuck? I don't fucking know where Frost is. I'm gonna be real. I think, is it pinned? Let's see. It's not pinned. Okay, does anyone have the form link anywhere? Perhaps? I don't see like a proper... I don't see like a proper, what the fuck do you call it? Like a way to defeat this boss. Like, I know it's possible very much, but his mechanics are so unpredictable, so annoying. And it's just fucking annoying. You have it? Alright, before the pose it then. I'm struggling. Are you falling asleep? Either you're having the worst shit of your life, or you're falling asleep. Which one is it? Did you eat bulldog again? You don't have bulldog? What are you struggling with then? I decided to take a shit while you were yapping. he's fucking power shitting on the toilet right now. He's like, oh shit, she's back. Oh, I think my patience for this game is done for today because I'm getting really tired in the head. But I did do a lot of progress in the game though. Aurora just bulldozed the bank chasing the red dove. Oh my god. I love playing with like a laser pointer with the Lulu. She like runs into a fucking wall. Have you ever done the Godham Trials of Hollow Knight? I've done it until Pantheon 4. I haven't done 5. That's all I haven't done. Because I'm not a masochist to that degree. I did 112% Hollow Knight with Path of Pain as well. You're looking for my replacement right now or not? I literally congratulated you, Frost. I was literally like, yo, everyone congrats to Frost for passing the trial. Literally. Hi, Thylager.
𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗪 says, what do you prefer? Ginny's thighs, her ass or her boobs and yum yum and... Easy, Ginny's snack stash beats everything. But if I gotta pick, her thighs make a great seal pillow. Rest of her, not too dangerous. Ginny's only fans are her leftover crumbs. Snack supremacy, always.
Fuck this place. Okay, I'm gonna leave this place for now. Ah! Don't wanna die! I don't wanna die! I don't wanna die! What? Did he? I didn't hear that. What the fuck? Where's my fucking bench, bro? What the hell? Either I'm dumb or there's no bench here. There's a bench symbol, but there's no fucking bench. I must be crazy. I was thinking, how do you explain the Italian pronunciation of spaghetti alla bolognese? Okay, I'm gonna need to look at that after. And then tomorrow I will come back. What was this say? For real? Okay, I gotta moderate him then. Hold up. I'm gonna wipe his memory now. Is that Lulu? Yeah, it is. Alright, Blubman's memory has been wiped. I can hear her purring. That is not Lulu, but it's so cute purring. Ross, you didn't claim your fish? Can't believe you. Oop, I'm sorry. I just wanted to show Lulu up close. that my shadow? It is my shadow.
𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗪 says, you are an incredibly zesty, sassy and selfish seal. Your only love is for sushi and you love calling Jenny a stinky chum yum yum. Yo, Shiro. First of all, I only love sushi when Jenny is paying for it. Second, Jenny is a stinky chud, but she's my stinky chud. Now gift subs, degens, or I'll eat your GPU for breakfast.
Watch out. Bobby's gonna get your fucking GPU, bro. She said, literally, Bobbin said, yeah, Jenny's a stinky chud, but she's a my stinky chud. Hello. Good morning. Oh, adorable. I can read when you joined. We can see when you're followed. You can also see when you joined the Discord. If you do exclamation mark follow age and exclamation mark, wait, no, it's exclamation mark follow age. Okay, but close enough. Close enough. 1 month! Holy shit. Oh wait, almost 2 months actually. I just stream all day full, so you owe me an apology. I am sorry, Onyx. For something I don't know what I'm apologizing for. Lulu, you're gonna fall like that. You're on the edge, bro! Stop edging! Two whole months! Don't fall, whatever you do. Don't fall on camera, that'll be embarrassing. Wanna see my lunch? Yeah, sure. Alright, Lolo, do whatever you want. I'm gonna minimize you. My cat has done this a few times. He gets so close to the edge that I fucking love the edge emote. You see the edge emote? It's so dumb. Hey, don't claw my chair. What the flip? Hey guys, you can try the mod team even if you've only been here for 7 months. Please help me. Dude, I forgot about the edge emote. I remember going through the emotes like a few days back and I found that one. I was like, there's no way I have this one. Alright, we're gonna get out of the bile water. Where are we gonna go though? What are we gonna do? I was gonna check the quest boards. I need to go to the first town. What is it called? I did remove the good boy one. It's because I'm so done with Silksong. I didn't want like a bunch of Silksong emotes. This is the good boy though. He loves being slapped. Just like me. Nothing here. Okay. What is that? A bell heart, and where's the third one? Is it at the first shrine? Oh, look at her. She's so cute. Oh. Lala. Ah. Jenny's homeland is Silksong Bone Bottom? Alright. Whatever. Whatever, dude. Oh. What are you doing? What are you jumping up on my desk for? I've literally made a Lulu cam for my chair, and then you jump up on my desk? What? What? Alright, let me check it out. Food. Oh, she jumped to the chair. Did you see that? Man-sized meal for a man that had to work. Oh. You fucking got McDonald's, bro. You got a Happy Meal. Oh, I see. It's Hello Kitty Friends theme. That's why you got it. It's so tiny, though. Also... Onyx, I have a photo of your foot now. Your foot is showing in the photo. Do you see the foot? I joke. You want a better picture of them? Yeah, sure. Blast your feet. Come on. Made it back just in time for feet. Yeah, you did. Perfect timing. Oh, dude. We also have LuluCam, do you see? LuluCam! Please send for research purpose. It's in Discord, that one I just showed. Please, I'm not making it a community event to post feet pics in the general chat, please. Why not? Have you seen my room? You wanna see my room? You know, a couple peeps in another server trying to collect Hello Kitty stuff. Ooh! Dude, whenever McDonald's had a collab with BTS, the K-pop group, and their Happy Meals, you could get like these figurines. We bought Happy Meals almost every day for me to collect all of them. And so I have all of them in my locker. Dedicated foot channel? Dude. Rod's gonna have a blast. Look at my painted room! It's blue! It's so pretty! And I have the lights in here, and I have a desk. Okay, but there's nothing in 𝗏𝗀. It's the last one in the shrine, Eileen. Last quest in the last quest part in the shrine. 19. Black Tiger 6 machine? Hell yeah. Yo. I didn't know you could skip the fucking trip of the 𝗏𝗏. The last quest board is in first shrine, right? I've been in a 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. I've been in 𝗏𝗏. The last one is in first shrine, you know? No, vadå 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏? 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 I've seen your stream title several times today. Does that mean my cuteness increased? Yes. Yuka. Is that it? I don't have any quests on either of them. I just have the main quest. I think I'm done with all the quests. What if I'm done with them? I need to find Lulu's. The fleece, the ones that goes ow! That's what I have left. I'm done. Am I done with the other side quest? I think I'm done with all the side quests. But where is the fleece? I need a flea map. But how do I know which one I've been at? That's the annoying part. 𝗙𝗵𝗏. How do I know when I've collected enough fleece? Don't I need to collect 25 of them?
It will one more time.
Where are they stationed right now? The gay? Yeah, but where is that? Is the underworld? No. World Chambers, I think. No, but it's up here.
Oh, it's down.
Oh, it's down.
It's Grand Gate.
Grand Gate.
You can see it on the map.
Are they actually? Oh, they are. Okay, Eileen told me where they are. Hi, Amir. Yeah, I forgot that I could actually turn my camera so we could have Lulu come still, even if she lays on the chair instead now. I need to sneeze. Åh, helvete. Squeak. Squeak. Where's in the 50?
Ugh, garbage.
Oh, you can look! You can buy from this guy!
Yes.
Pundosh.
And then
Ah, I can buy the locations I haven't found them in.
Olinkov.
and a check. I want.
I don't want to do that.
Pundosh. Mordela. Pundosh.
She's making me read maps. I do not have the upper one unlocked. I don't want to go back to buying water.
You don't have.
Okay, I'll mark it. Don't worry.
Market and then
I'll mark it, yo. Yellow for fleece.
so.
Just completed the farm? Hell yeah. I finished eating that Happy Meal and I'm more hungry than when I started it. There's very little food, dude. Alright, let's check where else we need. Bonelands. Where the fuck is Bonelands? Where's Bonelands?
Pundosh.
Boneland, Boneland, Boneland. Boning. I don't see any fucking sign that says Bonelands on it. Uno momento. There. What? Where is Bombot on the marrow?
Yeah, don't.
Oh.
Dance. Kan du betala?
Ah, I see already. I missed one here. Why is my Tamagotchi screaming again? Oh, you're hungry. Greg is starving. I actually want to yap about a thing, right? So I don't like how I guess egotistic some people can get, or like, maybe that's not the right word for it. I mean, like, I kind of hate how fragile people's egos can be, because a lot of people, when they get their comment deleted, or they get like timed out because they said something bad or whatever, you know, and they decide, instead of like maybe, I don't know, talking in private of what it could have been if they don't understand what they did wrong, right? They instead argue back and fight with the mods on a comment. I don't understand fighting back, right? Because in the end, it's that person's channel, that person's mods. They're supposed to keep the community safe. So I don't get why people do that. I don't get it. I'll fight a vodka-me. Am I dumb?
I'm fucking your dad!
System says,
Yeah!
Sad has resubbed for 12 months with message bot
Reset, thank you so much for the whole
12
year!
months? Damn, you're officially more loyal than Ginny's soap collection. Don't call me Baka, or I'll steal your wallet and your dignity. Thanks for the resub, now toss me your bits, T-Gens.
Damn, fucking sellout. What happened in another stream was watching the streamer call them out on it. Yeah, I don't like to usually call out people like mid-stream because I feel like it creates like a bad vibe in the air, you know, the bad juju in the air. Like, you know, you get my point, right? It creates like this awkward like airspace, and I don't want that to happen. Well, it can, it depends, right? If it's a really big streamer, I don't think it usually does create the awkward airspace, but if it's like kind of chill and people are talking and shit, and this somebody gets like, I don't know, I just feel like it brings some negativity that doesn't need to be there. That's why I usually ignore it, and then I, you know, speak about it afterwards or on Discord, or, you know. I didn't realize I had resub on. Wait, no. Worth it though? I am so sorry. Wait, I mean, it's my fault, but thank you, I guess. 1988 old. Damn on this. Well, hi, very sad. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay nonetheless. That happened to me actually. I didn't realize I was still subbed to Blizzard for my WoW subscription. I hadn't played in like a year, and I was just like, ah, shit. My soul never left here. Maybe that's why. Damn right. Stuck here forever. You call Onyx a little kid, bro? It's probably Onyx. Aren't you born in the same fucking year? No, Onyx, you're fucking older. Onyx, you're older. Onyx, you're fucking older. Onyx, aren't you born in 82? When I think about it, you're gig old, bro. Your mama? No, she's born in 66, actually. Here's the plot twist, though. Onyx is born in 1882. She calls me daddy. Ew, I fucking don't. What the frick, bro? Other one is up here, which I think I've gotten because otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Hold up, sorry, I'm just checking. There's a whole flipping area that I haven't explored in Farfields. What the fuck? It's like supposed to be a whole ass area up here. What the flip? What have I missed? I don't see a path even. What? Supposed to be a path that's up here. I'm gonna mark that. I'm just checking the map with what I've done. There's a place here too with one of them! Up here I've been probably... Another one? Here I've been. Did I find all the porros? Are you talking about the fucking fleece right now? Because that's what I'm doing. Bro. No! There's one in Mount Faye that I didn't get. Fuck. Eileen, I still can't get in up here. To the Coral Tower. Can I do that now? An old lady in the canvas and Marco's. I know, Frost, but I'm looking at an interactive map. Do you fucking mind? Do you wanna see? Look, this is what I'm doing. I'm looking at this fucking map. And I'm marking the ones I haven't been to. I'm saving money. I'm being smart. Areas of the game tier list. We could do that afterwards. Actually, Marco, everybody, remember that. After I'm done with the game, we should do a tier list of the areas of the game. Alright? Bosses too? Okay, let's do that. Yep. After I'm done with the game. I'm working on it. Onyx post this, it says European large be like. It's the tiniest fucking thing ever. I do think it looks like our medium, no? Does it look like our medium?
Not like this.
It's a small? Yeah, I think that's a small, no? Swedish small? There's like 8 fries in there. The thing is though, Onyx is America, so this is like America's Happy Meal or whatever. But we've been joking a lot about, because if you compare the soda sizes in America versus Europe, it is crazy. Like, I think it is a European large is an American medium or something like that. When it comes to McDonald's. Yes, exactly, GG. Also, a friendly reminder, the bonus gifted subs are only for 5 more days. Then it is off. Same with the 10 points wheel system thing. I decided since you guys were so cute yesterday, I'm gonna keep the 10 points on the wheel until 27th. I bet there's a slight just in proportions. Yeah, probably. We're cute. Yeah. I love like I got a thing for this. You're cute. You.
No, no,
You. 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 Yep. I've decided I'm gonna be more nice and give you guys compliments because I can't expect compliments.
No, no,
or I can't receive compliments from you guys without giving any back, you know? That'd be fucked up. You give and you take, you know? Lulu's also cute. She is. She's sleeping. I don't want any. Nej, den är inte kall nog. Nej, det är den inte. Den kommer vara mjuk. Det har den inte alls. Nej. Jag kommer känna direkt på den.
Men hämta en fucking glass.
Eileen wants ice cream. Do I grant...
Vill du inte ha glass?
Do I grant Eileen ice cream or not?
Vill du bli sprayad?
Nej, jag vill ha den här.
Ta en till.
Ja.
Hämta en till och en glass.
See my feet?
Är de hårda nog?
Okay, so if you heard Eileen scream, it's because Eileen was like, I want mochi ice cream, and I was like, but they're not hard enough yet, because I don't like them unless they're rock hard. And Eileen was like, well, get something else then. And then I went to check out the mochi ice cream, and it is rock hard. So she was correct. Hi, Bunny. Did you see me give Lulu the feet pat? not 𝗙𝗆 trying to sneakily write in the fucking tier 3 channel on Discord. Just spam feet emoji if you want dedicated feet channel. Okay. Let's see if I do this correctly now, okay? Hi. Ready? Is that correctly? Oh fuck, that's carbonated. Ooh, I just unlocked like my third eye right there. Holy shit. A little too high pitched. Is that better? How do guys moan? The grunt? Silksong. Shut the fuck up. Completion percentage? I don't see my completion percentage. I don't fucking know. Do I? Do I see it in the menu? Fuck, I need to burp. Do I do it on... I don't know. I don't want to burp on the mic again. It's disgusting. Like, if I do it too often, it becomes disgusting, you know? Can't do that. I thwomp. 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 Shut up. I just imagine like that fucking womp noise. I bet there's some guy out there that probably moans though, like actually moans. I mean, probably, right? Like, I'd like to imagine someone like 𝗙𝗆 doing that, because you look at 𝗙𝗆, like how he's acting and shit like that, you're like, yeah, he acts pretty masculine, and then I like to imagine that 𝗙𝗆 fucking moans like a girl. We're gonna take it to the marrow, I think. I mean, it's a great fucking prank method, if anything. Help! You hear the music here? It's like... I can't do a Mongolian drum singing, but... Help me!
It's supposed to be here. Help! This is supposed to be here. It's like a secret room. Let me see. Hi, Papa Smurf. How you doing? Where's the marrow? There's the marrow. I think I've already taken it. It's supposed to be like on the edge here. If I'm not mistaken. Taken this one. I might have already taken this one. This is supposed to be here. No, it's not on the left. It's on the right. I do have the map open. Alright, but in that case, I'm gonna move over to the next one, which is in the... It's in the worm ways. That's where it is. I'll be doing good, Papa Smurf. We're gonna go to the worm waste now. Actually, we might as well heal. Boom. Ooh. I'm good, how are you doing? Pretty good. I've really progressed pretty far in 𝗏𝗏 𝗦 or Silksong. And now at the moment we're collecting all the Lulus. This is Lulu. And we're gonna collect her in game. This is her right here. We're gonna go to Wormways right now. The worm place. Hi, Gunnar! Alright, I think it is... Yeah, okay. Okay, here's where the boss was. Alright, up. Then no, I'm dumb. Okay. Here. Aha! I found it. There's a secret wall. Alright. Can I please get an 𝗏 in the... With the moment we rescue this pet, can we get an 𝗏 in chat? Yay! Alright, every time we rescue it, another one, we need to do 𝗏 in chat. For the Lulu. Stop moaning. Ooh, wah. Ooh, wah. Sådan man hjärtat. What the flip? Alright, we got it. We got it. Oop.
I don't know why I marked this path here. I need to check that. Why did I mark here? Hi! What? Was that what I marked? No, that wasn't what I marked. Eh? 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 Halfway to 1K 𝗙𝗶𝗃? Hell yeah! That's huge. I appreciate all the tips. I need to sit down and remake my BRB screen sometime. But I haven't had the time. How the fuck do I need to go to the other side? Why does it say there's a path through if there's not a path through? That's what I don't get. Oh, we're gonna go around then. I'm gonna go around. I'm swimming. Help. Okay, we're gonna just farm up my HP again.
Friend.
Fucking hate those. They're disgusting. I remember one of these like really when these like really scared me, but that was like so long ago. Okay. It's so precise, you need to jump. Ay! Oh. Let's see, what did I mark here? It's up here, right?
Yeah.
𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃. What the frick? I haven't met him. It's DJ. Very cool. I just unlocked the path I've never been. He built like DJ. Yeah. Hi Adele, welcome in. Also, for those that missed it, we met another goal today. Okay. We only have 7 hours left. Panic. Everyone panic right now. We didn't meet another goal though. Rose is very happy. We did meet another goal, which is to write a heartfelt letter to my 𝗙𝗆ci. So I'll be commissioning a little artwork for that, and then writing the letter and then sharing it. But the next goal is karaoke stream. Yippee! Karaoke stream? Followed by 1v1 my mods, but they choose the game. Are you get stop here? But it might end tomorrow. It might end tomorrow. Because we only have 7 hours left, so we'll see. Don't make me mod that karaoke stream. Hey, what the what the hecky, bro? I was just fucked up.
𝗙𝗶𝗃.
Well, that's one wish I fucking missed.
𝗙𝗃. 𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗏 mandor. 𝗙𝗃.
Oh, dame yo. I like passing for blessing bots in the lower worm ways. Oof. To kill though or extract. It says lower worm waste, but I don't know exactly what I need to do. Oh my god, I'm gonna friend. I need to go like even lower than this though. Waiting for the DLC though? Yeah. I gotta complete this before the DLC. Oh shit, I actually killed one. Oh hell no. Ow. That count for what? But now I'm no longer in fucking... If you mean the last boss by this one up here, then yes, I did already do this. But they don't give you enough time. Nope, that's what I'm working on right now. What do you want me to kill, bro? Plasmium. Wait. I mean, straight from buds. Okay, cool. What fucking buds? Is it these buds? Like the. Maybe it is the blue ones. Maybe that's the buds. Hold up. I need to try this out. I need to try this out. missed those! Oh my god, I'm so smart! Shut up. Maybe it was obvious, but for me it wasn't.
Friend.
I would not like to live here.
Friend.
I'm no longer in Wormers, am I? Oh no, I am. It's set in the lower parts. Wouldn't it make sense that one was here? I guess not. I just hate this fucking worm place. What the fuck are you saying right now? Auto-wheel cars? Wait! Is that what my 𝗙𝗶 said? My closed caption? No? Oh, okay, never mind. Then I have no fucking clue. Typical Twitter shop, honestly. Ow. What the frick? I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Okay, sorry. I thought it was gonna kill me. Oh, wait, there's one here. It's so blue!
Hey.
𝗙𝗶𝗃𝗃! Oh, fuck. It's so dumb. The fucking timing. Nah. Alright. Where could the last one be? I don't know where the last one could be. The last blue. Timing on that was fucking crazy. Seven hours left. Shut up! They want it to end. You guys gotta go against the mods and make it not end. 𝗙𝗶𝗃𝗃. Gamin is sorry. 𝗙𝗆𝗦𝐶𝗰, what's up? here's this one. Domina skills me. Ah! We'll try because you think their work will end when subathon ends? Yep. Okay, does anyone know where the last blue thing is and can guide me or something? Because I know this one is here. I picked this one. I picked the one on the left side. So where the fuck is the third one? Sense if it was down here because it's like green and shit, but no, apparently not. He said deep down though. Lower wormways. Never mind, not deep, but lower. That would be lower wormways. Logically. Maybe this place counts as well. I'm gonna check this place. Dude, speedrunning this place must be fucking ass. Hi, Pink. Hello. And no, I'm not gonna stream the 7 hours until it ends. No, I'll do this. I'll do it tomorrow. I have a strong feeling it's not here. Like, no, here's where I got the fucking ability. There's so many falling. How can there be so many of them falling? Do you see in the background how many are falling actually? Yo, you know what I did, by the way? I reduced the boob physics of my model, and now it's like more natural bounce rather than like too bouncy. Okay, no one asked. Let's go. But what? No. It's better now. More is... No, wait. Less is more, okay? It's better now because now it is like more of a natural bounce. It's still a lot of bounce, okay? But it's more of a jiggly bounce rather than just like... You see? It's like more jelly. It's more jelly. It's more jelly. Onyx is fucking suffering. I win. Maybe here? Where's where I fucking was? Alright, we're gonna go to the right instead then. If the game is gonna be like this to me, we're gonna go to the right instead. There's no way that's gonna be here. No way, I mean. You're gonna do a little trolling? What the trolling are you gonna do? Wait, hold up, give me.
𝗙𝗶𝗶 says, is my streamer, 𝗙𝗺𝗃𝗃, freaky? 𝗙𝗆 freaky. Oh, Marco knows. Ginny tries to act innocent but she's as freaky as a seal on a nice slide. She's a good girl, but don't tell her I said that. Now give subs unless you're chicken, _.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I just had to double check a thing. What happened? Why is everyone saying good girl? What happened? What the flip? could jump up like this on a wall? What? Yeah, I thought you could only jump up like this, like getting off from the wall. That means I could jump up from a wall without, like, touch. I don't know. Oh. That should be allowed. But auto mode caught your ass.
Marcos up _ says, Blevins, are you a homie or a bitch ass AI? Bruh, I'm the ultimate homie, 100% real, 0% bitch ass. I'm here to steal snacks, roast Jenny, and drain your wallets. Stay jealous, Marco. Now cough up those subs before I expose your search history.
God damn! Blevins is here to drain your wallets apparently, so... I need to ask a follow-up question now. I'm curious. How are you planning to drain their wallets?
Jenny says, how are you planning to drain their wallets? Easy, Jenny. I guilt trip degens, roast their bad takes, and dangle exclusive Blevins lore behind sub walls. Sprinkle in A for legal reasons, that's a joke, and boom, wallet's empty. Genius, right? You could never.
What? Dude, we're gonna have a bid war. We're gonna have a fucking bid war, and whoever fucking wins between me and Blevins. Dude, I'm gonna fucking flip out. I need to Google where the fuck the last one is. What is it called? Plasmium. Plasmium locations. The missing one! I'm looking at the locations. Okay, fucking liar!
Marcos up _ says, who's gonna win a 1vs1 between you and Jenny? Me, obviously. Jenny's reflexes are slower than snail mail. I'd steal her strat, her snacks, and her pride before she could blink. She's a bottom, even in 1v1s. Don't bet on her, degens.
What the fuck? I mean Daneland. Apparently the first one is here. It isn't lower Wormway, it's below it. Dude, I'm gonna... Men vad fan! Okay, apparently it's over here. I don't know exactly where it is, but it's somewhere here. No, not here, it's lower. Here it is. Got it. Tell me, how is this lower Wormways? It's right above. Stop. Hi, Keegan.
𝗙𝗵𝗶𝗹𝗀. 𝗙𝗃.
A plasmium what?
Dento 𝗙𝗃𝗪𝗏. Tera.
Plasmium file. File? Look, I can glaze myself. Wait, no. I'm gonna glaze you guys. Alright, listen to this. Ready? Flubbins, take the stage.
Jenny says, do a short rap about how good the gens are. Yo, D-gens, you're spicy, you're wild, dropping bits, gifting subs, making blubbin smile. You roast, you praise, you bring the hype, but let's be honest, you still owe me seal tax, every night. Now pay up.
What? Pay the seal tax! Everyone pay up your seal tax! Come on, pay your taxes! You heard it here first! What do you think about Jenny's mods? Thank you! It worked! Yeah!
Jenny says, what do you think about Jenny's mods? They want Seal-a-thon to end. Jenny's mods are like expired fish, barely useful, kinda stinky, and always trying to end the fun. Seal-a-thon ends when I say so, or when the bits dry up. Mods, go nap in the kelp. D-gens, keep the hype.
Damn! Alright, we're now gonna go and we're gonna... Ooh. Your laugh is the same as Sigrid from ZZZ? Is that a compliment?
ESD's transfer students? Does that technically make them imports?
Marcos up _ says, am I eligible for a mod role? Marco, mod? You'd ban yourself in 5 minutes and leak Ginny's secret snack stash. Maybe after you give 69 subs and pass the seal initiation ritual. Until then? Nah, just stay in chat and pray.
I don't know what I expected. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that.
Wait,
it wasn't
ESD's
this.
transfer students? Does that technically make them imports?
It don't sound like that.
What the fuck was that?
Wait, ESD's transfer students?
Oh, it's the same
Does
clip.
that technically make them imports?
Good morning, Lady Sigrid! Up and about early as always, huh? They are?
Mr. Roar.
I don't sound like that!
My apologies. I am late. I happened to overhear several guests discussing fishing in the hotel lobby. And before I knew it, I found myself completely absorbed in the conversation.
You really are full of surprises.
Excellent. Then today, 𝗻𝗄𝗏 shall take charge of the beach combing and the souvenir shop. I am certain she will achieve results no worse than I have.
You make it sound like you're handing over command of an entire fortress.
Heaven forbid! A warrior's duty is not something to be entrusted lightly. 𝗻𝗄𝗏 and I trust each other, but that has nothing to do with this matter.
Sigrid, relax. Lucy was just joking. She's not actually gonna have Remy take over your job. Go enjoy fishing. I've got things covered here.
Ah, I see. So that...
Sound like that. I don't sound like that. I need to listen to this one.
So
No! 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 I refuse! I refuse, bro! No! 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 Stop! Stop it! Why would you ever mention this, Frost? What the fuck? Ah! Oh my god! Make that a clip and I will make it into a short right now. For 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀. Alright, there we go. You're gonna ruin Sarah for me, aren't you? No. Stop! I don't sound like her.
K4Neen says, is Jenny salty with a hint of fish or sweet with a hint of Nutella? Jenny's salty like we cold pretzels and vaguely fishy, but if you squint hard enough, maybe there's some Nutella energy buried deep. She's a sweet bottom when bribed with snacks, but don't tell her I said that.
Nice. Alright, post that in Discord and I'm gonna send that over to Trad. Every time he talks about you, it says you're a bottom. I know! Bloodman has no fucking original ideas. Oh yeah. Thank you! Where am I going? I don't know. Help. Oh shit. It's almost like Blobbins has no value and should be clubbed. That's fucked up. What the fuck? This is my son you're talking about! Oh! Yeah. Alright, let's go. Where do we go? I don't know where we're gonna go. Am I gonna go? My nose is so cooked. Just a clanker wanker. What the fuck? Dude. Thank you, Jenny. Well, I'm just laughing like I usually do. I just fucking hate that it sounds similar. What? Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse 2. I didn't just mention a random movie, by the way. I didn't ask what movie we're gonna see tonight. Any VA arc? Honestly, I wanna be hired! I need like a portfolio, bro. I need like a portfolio. I would love to voice act, even if it's like a really small role. I would love to be part of something, you know? I feel like I could do a good job, especially with like more like sassy characters, you know? You gonna need a nap? Be back a little later? Sounds good. By the way, I am waiting for so fucking many emotes for you guys. There's gonna be a lot of updates. Yeah, we already got 2 new emotes today. Well, 3 if you count the one. No, 4 if you count the ones yesterday too. So we got the Pat one, we got the Despair, we got the Mlem, and we got the Points. I don't know if this is the one I'm marked or not. But there is one here though in the deep docks. We can go there. I don't hear the game. Oh no, I do. Take care, Marco. Have a good nap. Everyone have a good nap. Everyone nap right now. Community nap. The fucking breakable wall here! Ow! Come on, do it! Ow! Yeah! I think I was supposed to do this early in the game. And that you were supposed to like parkour all the way there, but I just did it now. Since I have double jump anyway. Dude, if you've ever had a UTI, this is what pissing feels like. This right here. Oh yeah. Yeah. Alright, where next? Where haven't we been? I have the constant feeling I'm needing to sneeze and it's pissing me off. For the bell heart. No, it was the left way, right? No, it wasn't. It was up and then left. I was looking at something. We go yeet one time. It sounded like you did the Michael Jackson. Oh, like that. I don't fucking know how I did it. I make weird sounds sometimes. Alright, up. Hi, bitch! Welcome in. Oh. You're right. Oh, but I already... Fun. I don't need to have this marked anymore. I just pranked myself. How was game? Pretty... I would say it's not really that fun right now because all I'm doing is a bunch of annoying shit. It could definitely be better. But... it is still fine. I might need to go to Grand Bellway and then teleport. Okay. Yeah, we have Lulacam. Hold up. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze again. I'm so sorry. How much you still need to do? I'm collecting all the Lulus right now. I'm doing. But I have done the— I met you in game, DJ. I met you in game. Do you know— can you guess who? I have a small cold and I fucking hate it. Whenever I have a cold, I have like a man cold. I'm very whiny. Ugh. You don't know? The Alchemist. That's you in my eyes. I did his quest. Or his wish. Grand Bellway, right? Yeah. Yeah, Bluetooth, yeah, I am. You want me to extract the phasmophobia? What fucking always called Plasmium. Yeah. It was nice. It was really nice. It was satisfying. Just sucking the life out of it. Yeah. How the fuck do I progress beyond here? How do I get... What are you screaming for? I need to take a moment and I need to feed my Tamagotchi. I'm gonna run the ad break actually while I do that. Fuck. Hold on. Also, DJ, when you post the Swedish letter 𝗏, do you like copy paste it or do you switch over to Swedish keyboard? Ah. You can save it to Windows button V though. You have like a copy paste clipboard there. Further down. I want to see your clipboard. Monka? What the fuck do you have down there? No, I need to go blow my nose. Something is very wrong with it. Bear back.
Biddies? For me? Mr. Calto says, wake up, Jenny. Chill, Mr. Calto. Jenny's trying her best, but sometimes she zones out like me during math class. If you want her awake, gift subs or shake some gamer sips in her face. That'll do the trick.
Hi, Galton! Thank you for the biddies, what the fuck? Oh! How much are we on the wheel, actually? We're 5 points away! Oh. Hey, Yoke! How, you know how I know it's not allergy and it's actually a cold? The fact that I have a headache with it. But it's kind of like a numbing headache. It's not like it's a constant headache. It's like a numbing one, which it feels like my brain is blocked, kind of. And that's how I know. That's how I know. Chicken Alfredo, yummy. Yeah. Head and I'm sneezing 24/7. I'm sorry. Wheel has 7? Oh, really? Who wants to spin the wheel? Who can spin the wheel? Who wants the honor? Otherwise, I'll do it. Oh, shit. Oh my god, there's no point in saying bless you anymore. I'm just gonna keep sneezing. Congrats on the 15. Oh, no way I caught a cold. I fucking hate being sick. I Yes!
Is it my time to bully the shit out of you then?
Don't bully. Eileen wants to bully me because I'm sick. That's fucked up. That's so sad. Can we get 5 gifted subs? Bitch, thank you so much for the 10 bitties. I don't bully you every time you're sick. I don't. I take care of you. And he says I bully her every time she's sick. Is that true, chat? I don't know. I don't know about that. Now it's your time to think. Do you hear how I fucking sound like? I sound like I'm so stuffed. I'm filled up, bro. To the brim. Fill me up before you go. How the fuck do I get to the other side? I don't get that. You get annoyed. I do get annoyed when she coughs though, so I really hope this doesn't turn into a coughing sickness, because I'll be really annoyed then by myself. But right now it's my head that's stuffed, my nose is stuffed, and I have a slight headache. So it's not too bad yet, but I do sound like I'm a fucking nerd because of my stuffed nose. I'm sorry. It's kind of bad. I just hope it doesn't turn into a fever, because that would be awful. Then I probably can't stream either. We might get Eileen takeover when I'm sick, if I can't stream. Am I very well? Yeah. Get sick now? What the fuck? I just fucked that for myself. I fucking hate that. You stream in bed? You're right. I'm gonna move 2 of my pieces into the bedroom. And then stream from there. Yeah, true. I used to actually play games in bed when I lived at my parents' house, because I could like move. I could connect my PC to my TV and then like lay in bed with a wireless keyboard and mouse and just like chill. It was very nice. Yeah. I need to get a pack of tissues. Hold up. I'm back. Sorry. How the fuck do I get to the other side though? I don't know how to get to the other side, which is my problem right now. Me sleeping like 4 hours a night, streaming in like 10-12 hours? Why am I sick? I don't know, man. I guess my immune system is not as good when I don't sleep a lot. du skämtar? Is the immune system in the room with us? No. She left. No, I'm not in bile water! Am I not? Oh well, fuck me then. I'm slowly sinking. I went to bile water! Fuck! Wait, no, it's fine. Safe's come. Safe's coming, Dayo. All the roads it does? Is it because it's like the sewer system? Would you rather sink in the cum or come in the sink? Sink in the cum. Always. I told you this. I taught you this actually. Where the fuck am I? What the fuck? Where was I going even? Ah, right, I was trying to get there. Do I need to go from there? I need to go from bile water, don't I? Stupid. No, I don't. No, that's where I fell down into bile water. So it isn't that. How the fuck? Okay, DJ, how the fuck do I unlock this area right here? How the fuck do I get this area? Because I tried going here, but I can't fucking go here. It's blocked. From the right?
Yeah, there's like a whole area here.
It just says from the right.
No, no, not from the right. It's
here, here, or here? Okay.
Yep. Down here.
And this is from there. Not here, no. Why, no, I'm here again. Did you kill Lulu or something? I've never seen her still for this long. No, she's sleeping. Look, she's alive. She's giga sleeping.
Oh.
I've been here. No. There was like a silk thing here.
Vänta. Bocka. Oh, här. Kom igen.
Look pale as fuck. Well, I don't go outside in the sun.
That's the hat.
No. But that's what I tried, but it was fucked up. Did you also about my bald head flashbang people, that's just a natural state of being. Look. Holy shit, I am pale as fuck. Oh.
Yeah.
White woman jump scare. Ah! Ah! Åh helvete. Do I need to go down in here? Okay. Yeah, avoid falling down in bywater. I am! No! No! I saw it!
I literally told you do not fall in water.
But I tried to not fall down in water! Fan också.
I said it 5 times.
But that was not what the?
How?
I tried to not fall down. But vad fan? And that was Eileen. Eileen made her go off the chair. Blame Eileen. Be mad at Eileen right now. She wanted Eileen head pads. The fuck, Jenny? What? Whoa, 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 whoa! Calm the fuck down. Oompa, oompa, loompa, doopa dee doo. Life isn't fair. Oh fuck! I'm gonna sneeze again.
The Russian Frost says, parents again arguing with each other. Lulu run away because of it. Make Ginny and Aileen apologize. Damn, that's rough, D-Gens. But Ginny and Eileen can't fix parents, only your snack supply. They do apologize for your rough day though. Stick with the stream and the seal, we got you.
Yup. Alright, calm down. Now we're gonna go in here again. I'm so sorry. I hate listening to nasally people usually, and now I'm the nasally person. I'm sorry. I'm really annoyed with myself. This time I'm not gonna fall in there. I will not fall in my water. I won't. Aha! Where now though? What the fuck?
Down and
Don't die now, come on. Ah! Cool! Now I discovered a whole new fucking place. A whole new world.
Friend.
I need to sneeze again, dude. I'm gonna fucking punch my monitor. I'm sorry. Hey, I have a shit ton of paper here now. Eileen said she hopes I get morbid obesity. She hopes I become true chud. Next to the lotion.
No.
Hey,
Yes,
do you wanna
yes,
see my? Do you wanna see my tissue? Like,
paper.
wait, where's the camera? Oh, there.
Paper. Paper. Paper.
Why is it sticky? Ew. Your poor nose. I know. Do you hear how I sound like? This might be some of y'all's first time you hear me sick. I just really fucking hope it doesn't come to the same, like... I just hope it doesn't come to the point where I lose my voice. Because last time I was sick, I lost my voice and I sounded like a grandpa. I don't know if you guys remember. But I recorded like a voice clip. And I sounded like a grandpa. Let me see if I can find that one actually.
Go on. Cry. Cry your little bitch tears.
Alright, that leg. Oh, okay. I see how it is. Hold up. I'm looking for this one fucking voice clip. I'm not crying! I'm sick! Oh, wait, I have an idea how to find it. Alec! Sorry, I'm trying my best. Oof. Never mind, I don't find it. I'm sad now. I wanted to show it. But basically, me and Lee got Giga sick, like, I think it was a year ago or something like that. And we could both, like, not do anything. And then I lost my voice, and then Eileen started losing her voice. Yeah, yeah. You know what I found? I found a fucking picture where it looks like someone jizzed in my burger. What is this? What is it looking like someone there in my burger? I don't know. I'm still playing Final Fantasy, but I just haven't had time to do the main quests. Oh, it's 2024. That I don't remember. No. The picture is from 2025 in July, so a year ago ish. White sauce flavor? Garlic, obviously. I found it. I found it. Wait, one second. I need to listen to it first. Okay, are you guys listening? Are you listening? This is when I lost my voice last year. When I was sick for once. Alright. Listen.
My voice is absolutely cooked. My voice is absolutely cooked. Get off my lawn!
Yeah, I really hope that doesn't happen though. Can this be a bid redeem? The get off my lawn part? Oh yeah, you know what I did? I made like a little fortress on my bed. Look. I made like a little fort on my bed. With all my plushies. And I fucking hibernated there until I felt better. Really confident. Ugly cat. It's Audie! It's a cute pillow! So you're talking about the cat pillow? I'm gonna bring the cat pillow so you guys see it. Hold up. Look at it. Look at it. It's not actually Audie, but it's supposed to resemble her, you know? Looks like a fucking bug. It even has cat ears. Look at it. Hello, everybody. You euthanize that fucking thing. It's cute. I'm gonna keep it up here as a cat cam. You can add bookmarks now in fucking Discord. You can bookmark shit. No fucking way! So in case you want to save a message, you don't need to take a screenshot of it or anything. You can literally just bookmark it. Yeah, it's a new thing. Yeah, Discord. I mean, you were right that it was here, by the way, but you needed to open a door. You need to open a door. It looks a little different. No, not yet.
Why not?
I don't know. You right click and then it says bookmark message. I think it might only be able to do it with your messages though. I'm not sure. I haven't tried it with anyone else. And he was right, shocker. I know, right? I'm missing the top part of it. Okay. Shocker, I hardly know her. You have gifts enabled for Twitch? It's a beta thing right now, so I don't have it on my channel yet, I think. But I don't think I'm gonna have it enabled because I don't trust people enough with fucking gifts in chat. That's crazy. Yeah, there's too many fucking bad gifts out there, and if it's not like moderated, it can go really badly. How did you, I wouldn't trust you with 𝗙𝗵𝘃. God damn, that was targeted right there. I mean, chat in general. Yeah. How the fuck do I get back? No, I went the wrong way. Yay, daily fish! First daily fish da! Holy moly! I've been wearing this ooh. Okay. I've been wearing this hairstyle all day today because it's fucking peak. Oh, Lulu! Everyone ready? Everyone ready for their woo? Oh! Yeah! Bitch. Hi. The red glow? Alright. Oh! I accidentally zoomed out! Ah! Oopsies. I'm bad. Sorry. My bad. I posted a full picture of the bunny suit yesterday in Discord general chat. If you want to scroll up, since I can't show it on Twitch. It's not an air cat pillow! It's just a cat pillow! What the heck? Look. Oh shit. It looks. Yeah, it was bought way before AI was a thing. It was bought like 6 years ago, I think. Oh, Lula's back. My bad. You want the space? You paid for that monstrosity? Yes. I bought it for Eileen for her birthday, I believe. She liked it. I do like it. It's fugly. It is fugly. I'm gonna show the pillow to Lula right now. Look at her reaction, okay? You ready for a reaction? It's being blocked, bro. What do you think? Doesn't give a shit. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? I love folding her ears inside out like that. It's really fun. Oh, sometimes it doesn't stay though. Sorry. She loves ear massage like this, ear scratches. She wants more, you see? Yeah. I have a cold, 𝗙𝗏. I'm getting sick. Eileen is really happy because it's me that's sick for once. Hi, Kakuni. For that, welcome in. Thank you for seal tags. Don't be sick. Alright. Don't you hear how fucking nasally my voice is? She's like, more pats! More pats! Give me more pats! This is annoying as usual. Man! Oh fuck, sorry, I accidentally scratched her face. Don't go like that. Oh no, she fell off! No! She fell off! She fell off the chair! Lala! Lala! No! She fell off the chair! Oh, alright. No, she fell off! She didn't leave. I did accidentally scratch her face a little bit, but she was fine, and then she just fell off. Come! Lala! Lala! Don't push the chair, it's not gonna do anything. Lala! Lala! I see her right there. Lala! Lala! Hop! There you are! Yeah! Oh fuck, what are you doing? But she's the one fucking tweaking out on the chair! Like... She's being violently attacked and mauled by a cat! Help me! Help me! I'm gonna die! What the fuck? Okay, she fucking hates me? What do you want? She's like, oh yeah, I want pats? No, but not there. And then she fucking... This is so much better than the gameplay. Nah. am not annoying. I did say earlier though that my voice is so fucking annoying to listen to. I don't get how you guys can stand it. Still attacked by lion, brutally real, gone wrong. Yeah. Dude, she would. She's like a lion. You look like a lion, Dolo. You're so big like that. Look at her hanging off with her leg, like outside of the chair. She looks so wide right now. Do you see how fucking wide she looks like?
Mr. Calto says, Blevins, what do you think of Jenny's voice? It's pretty annoying, right? So nastily, and she sounds like a damn 80s version of a nerd with those big glasses and buck teeth.
Hey!
Oi, Mr. Calto, Jenny's voice is iconic. She could narrate my nightmares and I'd still tune in. The glasses? Peak streamer fashion. Buck teeth? Seal adorable. You wish you had that drip. Now, fork over those subs for that hot nerdy content.
Wait, what? What? What was the last part, Blobbins? Blobbins paid chatter, what the fuck? He just complimented the shit out of me. And then at the end he was like, yeah, give those subs for the hot nerd content. I'm like, what? Ew. Lulu's actually not too wide, it's just illusion, okay? You see, it's mostly fur. Ow! You wanna fight? You wanna fight? Huh? You wanna fight? Yeah. I win. I win, bro. Look at her kicking me with her back feet. Hello. I won. My hand is now filled with scratch marks. But you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? You wanna fight again? You wanna fight again? No, exactly. She gave up. She fucking gave up. She gave up. I win. Hey. What are you doing? Now she's weird again. Did you see the flop she did? What are you doing? Jeez, I think she has zoomies right now. Poke, 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 poke. My sock, Lola. No, she's wagging the end of her tail, which usually means that she's like, in it, like, tense or like excited. It's like a good thing. It's like when they wag their whole tail that they're annoyed. Or means like that she's alert or something like that. I watched on Netflix, I watched The Inside of the Mind of a Cat or something, inside the cat's mind. And then it explained about all their like all their tail behavior. Alright, that's enough, Lulu. My hand hurts now. Just because I fought you. End of 𝗙់цель? I think so, yeah. We're only 5.5 hours left approximately, and I'm about to end stream, but we have 5 hours left stream tomorrow. I think I'm gonna get to a save point in game. Oh yeah, true. The 2 hours, it's gonna be 7 hours left tomorrow, that's right. We have the 2 hours we had every night. 3 jackpots in a row tomorrow, you think? We haven't decided the punishment for the 𝗙𝗵𝗻 challenge yet. All of them once, that'd be funny. Yak boy. Magic one translated into French. Baguette magique. That's not bad, 𝗙𝗃. Alright. We're under 6 hours! Ah! Adding these right? Yeah. No. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I had a lot of fun. Tomorrow we're gonna be back and we're gonna... There we go, we got 2 hours added. We have 8 hours left tomorrow approximately. You don't need to do the raid commands yet. But check out the YouTubes if you haven't. And also check out... Oh shit, we're almost at a wheel spin! Check out the Discord if you're not part of it already. It's great for schedule times and live notifications and announcements, because I always announce if anything goes wrong over there first.
Please? For me? 330 says, Gamba. Gamba time, degens. All in or total disaster. There's no in between. Place your bets. Pray for
I mean, it's
Pog.
good, it's
and
good.
remember, if you win,
But it could have been
Blevins
higher.
gets first dibs on the loot. Shit luck. Blame Ginny's bottom energy.
Don't blame me. Why am I blabbering so much? Because I'm saying goodbye! What the fuck? All we had is 15 positive or negative. It's true. It's true. No goodbye, more gaming? What? What? I'm sick. I am gonna stop the timer. Alright, there we go. We have 8 hours left tomorrow. Look at the new hairstyle we discovered yesterday, though. Look. Yep. Oh shit, fuck, she scratched me up real good. I just looked at my hand and I have scratch marks all over me. Oh shit! Good. Do you see the red marks? Wait, let me do this. Oh, that's me. What? Look at this, wait. Do you see? Here. And here.
Whatever.
Looks like an arrow? Oh, wait! It does! She's pointing towards the cat! You get those as a tattoo, Jenny? Have a permanent memory of Lulu? I do want to kind of get a tattoo of her paw print, though. Kind of want to do that. I look crazy with all the names on me. She's trying to tell you you're... Yeah, she's trying to tell me she's a cat. Why? Really? But we have 8 hours left tomorrow. Perfect amount of time. We'll see if it ends tomorrow or if it doesn't. What else? No. I regret that I'm on the tail now. It's so fucking stinky up here. What? Nah. Imagine in the armpit then from all my fucking sweat. We'll see if it ends tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna... It's Seal Sunday, so we're gonna do some React. Followed by me and Eileen probably dubbing some scenes. Unless I get worse tomorrow and I don't feel good, then we're gonna save it for next week. Yeah. Don't you have a game to finish? I still need to do my React. Okay, I think, Eileen, you have D&D tomorrow, right? From 1 to 1. Okay. Okay, here's the thing, right? Eileen has D&D tomorrow. Pause. Okay, it's fine. Sorry. Okay, so what was I gonna say? Right, Eileen has D&D until like 5 p.m. tomorrow. So from 2 to 4. No, wait, I'm dumb. From 2 to 5 my time, I will be playing Silksong. And then once she's done with D&D, I'm gonna react. And after that, we were gonna dub scenes. Unless I feel bad, then we're gonna play more Silksong. That's the plan. Alright? You ready for that? Yeah. Okay, nice. Now I want to read out to somebody, so let me just look through my beautiful follow list, because I like to rate people on my follow list. You're not finishing tomorrow then? No, but I at least said I need to finish it as soon as possible. So it doesn't need to be tomorrow. So Monday, well, I'm gonna try to play it as much as possible, yes. Okay. Oh shit! 𝗙𝗶𝗊 is having a new outfit debut. Let's read 𝗙𝗊𝗊. Wait, let's make a special raid command. Shit! Okay, this is for subs, and then for non-subs. For non-subs, we're gonna do this. Alright. Big Chud Raid, shut up, DJ! No. Alright. I will see you tomorrow for potentially the last day of 𝗙𝗹𝗪. Take care, everybody. Please stay for the raid if you want some extra channel points, because it's nice. You get like 450 channel points for raiding. Alright. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. 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 Oh. Yeah. Bye. I'll try to rest up and feel better tomorrow. Bye-bye. Take care, everybody. Oh yeah, we're also gonna have community night tomorrow in the Discord. Yeah, I'll tell you my thoughts on Spider-Man tomorrow.